Okay. Okay. Nice. All right. Nice. All right. Let's go. Yo, what's up, Ghost? What's up? This isn't updating. Let me see. Oh, yo, now it is. What's up, Zell? Yep. What's up? What's up? Man. Man. Yeah, I did so much with the factory. Now I kind of feel tired. Like, it doesn't feel like I did that much, because like these power light parts are kind of slowly being made, but it just feels like I'm missing something. And like apparently it's like it's 6 per minute, but it's something with the gas and like using the Shuriken to like the gas you get like 1 per 3 seconds, and it just like weirdly like doesn't really fit into it, because this is like you need 1 per 2 seconds of this, but then you also need to use some of it to like power these other machines, and yeah. Yeah, what's up, RTK? I saw that you've chosen the dark side. You mean from the video that I posted? I don't really know if that's considered the dark side. What's up, Hippo? Einhand, what's up? What's up? Like, this doesn't make sense, because I think what I basically set it up so that I had 2 of those Shuriken gas vents going towards one of these conduits. So like they should merge and then move into this, but for some reason it's just not like, I have to check this. Like I don't fully understand what's going on here. Cause for example, like this is the Shuriken gas, and it's connected to like one thing here. So like, you know, 2 per 3 seconds should be enough to power this. I don't really know what's going on. I gotta go check that. I'm gonna go check that. Anything interesting going on in the current event, in the world of current events of Gacha and Endfield since the like, you know, Tobro crash out saga? Probably nothing has really happened. Nothing really happening. I was kind of inspired by, like, look, I don't understand what's going on here. I guess 1 per 3 seconds is like, that's why this is so low in these pipes. But it's just like not working. Is it like the converger? Is it because of this converger that's doing it? Because Like, this doesn't seem right. Oh, I guess there is something moving here, but it doesn't show it. Nothing much. Gacha revenue PvP is up. The thing about the revenue PvP thing is I was kind of inspired by that one Reddit post that was shared, or not Reddit post, but something in maybe like comments or whatever it was that was shared in the Discord about, like, you know, I think I should make like a scripted video going over all of the, you know, Gacha bad practices that Endfield kind of breaks with, like doesn't engage in. And because I'm playing Star Rail as well, right? And like, I just this morning I did the Star Rail Memory of Chaos, which is like their, you know, standard Spiral Abyss type, like beat something in this many turns. And you know, because in Star Rail they added the Starward mode, which is like for like the, you know, for the ultra, for basically for like dolphins and whales to use their like E2 S1 characters, or like if it's being shilled, then it's like sometimes maybe like E0 S1 full teams of 5 stars, etc. So I was doing that, and like I'm using a lot of teams that are like E0 S0 because I just am more interested in getting characters, and the like Starward mode just feels like completely out of my realm of like possibility, just mathematically based on like numbers. You know, it's not, there's no amount of like skill or better gear or anything really that would help. It's just mathematically impossible. But you know, I can still clear the kind of like what was before, like the 12 stars of the, or whatever it was, of the baseline DPS checks. I can still clear those. Not, you know, sometimes it comes down to the wire, but the thing is, like, those kinds of things, like when you have content, like just like arbitrary DPS checks that so heavily push you into, I need to get like 2 more copies of this character. I need to get their light cone and 2 more copies, you know, and then like in those 2 copies, the character also just feels more complete and fun to play because it'll address like certain energy issues. So you can spam their ultimate more, which is obviously more fun, or you can, you know, use their skills more often, which is more fun. Like just stuff like that Enfield doesn't really engage in. And I just feel like there's no credit given to that. And like those are, you know, maybe there's some correlation between why, you know, those, you know, the money, the revenue that is made. Is the flow rate of this? I didn't adjust it, so I don't know.
I'm the Crimson Beast.
Was it just like was it a optical glitch? No, I mean, sometimes it's just empty. I don't know. No way, there's a stream. The devs themselves reported that at least 70% of their revenue is coming from PC and consoles, even in CN, and Sensor Tower's only mobile. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true too. That's true as well.
The surge has shifted.
That's true. It's not really like I feel a need to like defend a lower revenue number on Sensor Tower. That's not really what it is. It just started making me think about it. It just started making me think about it. That one Reddit post. All other big gachas have skin spending events, ridiculously powerful dupes, new required signatures, shield endgame modes and whatnot. I think, yeah, dude, I want to compile like all of that. I want to make a scripted video discussing all of that. Because again, it's like, you know, I'm probably going to bounce off of the Gacha Smack video where he was talking about, you know, if you want to see better Gacha systems, then support NTE. Like, I think the same principle is applied to gameplay systems, right? Not to like hijack that point, but I think, you know, I agree with that principle. So I would apply the same principle to gameplay systems in the way that game modes and things within the game that drive you towards, you know, FOMO and needing to spend or whatever, feeling like you need to spend. Yo, what's up, Maxim? Yeah, Endfield has none of that. People wonder why it's not making as much. I mean, it might be making. I mean, it's probably making. The thing is also, we don't know how much it's even making. It's probably still making a lot. It's probably most certainly making enough, you know, to be in the green. Like, it's not like it's in the red as a project. I mean, just my assumption. If you had it right up to the converger, it wouldn't have, unless you place that first. I mean, it should be working now, but I think even now it's, like, this is going idle, which I wouldn't, maybe because 2 units per second flow through the pipe, so this is producing 1 per 3 seconds. Yeah, I don't know, this is just so slow. I feel like this should be faster. Like, gas is not really pulled out that fast. And also, like, I have all these Shurigen, so I feel like I'm missing something with my factory because I have all this, like, Shurigen that I'm just not using. And I think I was kind of mathing it out, and like, I think if you're using the Shurigen version of the Pyrolite parts, okay, if you want to, basically, if you want to make two Pyrolite parts at full efficiency, you need 10 cuprium ores, right? And I think we do have that. Like, we have 300, yeah, yielding 300 per minute. So we should be able to have 2 Pyrolite parts being made at full efficiency. But I need to work with the Shurigen gas, because there's a lot of, like, solid to gas conversion, gas to solid conversion that's required. And then you also need just, one of the machines just need 1 Shurigen gas per 2 seconds. So if I can take all the Shurigen gas I can find, maybe I can meet that, but I'm not totally sure. Because also there's, I was using one of these, like, basically I was also combining 2 of these and using it to make a Shirenite, like a normal Shirenite. I don't know if that's necessarily required, but you'd be interested in watching it? Okay. I think I'm going to do that I'll do that next video. If you do the research where Gacha game revenue mostly comes from, that'd be great. I mean, the problem is that I just don't think that's available information. I mean, I'd be interested in knowing that too. I don't think that's available information unless, like, there's people reference certain, you know, from the beginning of the game when there was, like, maybe an interview where someone said 70% was from PC and consoles and 30%, but I mean, you could make an assumption that is carried through, but I mean, realistically, you also don't know for sure if that trend has continued. You can assume maybe, but we don't know for sure if that trend has continued to now, the current day. For a point, Gacha revenue doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not really about the revenue. It's just more about more of, like, kind of what Godsmack was talking about, where it's like support these good systems, because, you know, a lot of the misinformation around the game too is, like, either not giving credit to those or just straight up lying and say that it doesn't have them and it in fact does the opposite. Like, you know, saw a skin from OG Arknights for Snowshine. I beg HE to add skins. I do think yeah, I do feel like skins maybe should be something that they use more. Always repeating, but the PC has a higher share of players thing is kind of cope TBH, because even without that, there are a myriad of logical reasons why Endfield doesn't make as much as others. Yeah, but I mean, there's also, I don't know, because we just don't have the numbers, we don't know. So, you know, you could make a logical statement that while maybe mobile has more share of overall number of players, it would actually make more sense if more revenue comes from console and PC players, because those people have, you know, invested more, maybe they're more likely to spend on video games because they've invested more in gaming, whereas a mobile player, you know, they just have a phone anyway and they just download a free-to-play game, they just play free-to-play, whereas someone who has, like, built a gaming PC or has bought, like, a video game console that is only really, you know, used for video games, I guess you can use like, you can play apps and stuff on it, but you don't need a console to do that, right? It's like you could do that for like way, you know, hundreds of dollars cheaper without using a console. And there's like smart TVs now actually, so never mind. But yeah, like those people are more likely to spend because they're just like, they just are people who spend more on video games. Even if there's a less maybe overall number of people playing from those platforms. You know what I mean? You could beat/play all the Endfield content with just the 4-star operators and some 5-star weapons, but people complain about not being able to get all the 6-star characters and weapons for free. Dude, to me, I think one of the other things is one of the biggest things is the weapon nonsense that I want to also script that into a video. We've kind of talked about it on stream before. Oh, by the way, I have some of these pulls I can do. We talked about it on stream before, but yeah, like the weapon gacha nonsense and the gacha nonsense is just something that I think should be discussed as well, just because it's such a, along with like the Tobro beta videos nonsense, has done so much like reputational harm to the game that there are people who like, you know, wouldn't even try it because they were essentially lied to and got like a terrible impression of how the gacha system works, you know? I mean, dude, like it's just so easy, like even like, think about like that MTash video, right? That MTash video with the weapon banner thing, and this guy's just like whining and complaining about, you know, how it feels bad when like you can see right before your eyes that it's like better. It's like a better pulling system because you got all of these like 6-star weapons that you would not have gotten in another pulling system, but like just this whining complaint how it feels bad, and then like that feeling is taken forward and essentially used to say that like the system is awful. It's just like such a weird, like a weird thing. Like again, because it's right in front of your eyes. Like you are seeing, you know, for yourself that what you're being told is not consistent with what you're seeing with your own eyes. And yet it's like people are getting 1984, like don't believe your lying eyes and ears. People are getting 1984 into thinking that it's like, it feels awful. Like to me, that would feel much better. That would feel much better to me to get 5 extra 6-star weapons. Like I pulled on the HSR light cone banner for Rin. I talked about it. I literally went to like 70 something pulls, lost the 75-25, and then had to go another like 75 something pulls. And I got, you know, I got like a shitty, unusable standard 6-star light cone, whereas like all of the standard 6 stars in Enfield are good. And like, it's just, I don't know, dude. It's just 1984 levels of like, don't believe your lying eyes and ears. It's just so weird. You can guesstimate how much Enfield makes per month. So that guesstimate for this month would be around 40 million. What's the process behind that? Use Energen, you mean Shurigen from Yinling Pass and Wuling? Or Energen, whatever it is. Didn't touch gases in the other ones. I just set up my modularized Shirenite production in the Wuling city thing, so I use the gas there, but I haven't really needed to use the gas. I would only need to use a little bit of it for like a stable environment over here if I were to make another power light thing, which I might do. But actually, what I would need to do is, because right now, because I would need like an extra 4. Right now I literally only have, I'm literally using everything somehow. Oh no, wait, 420, 330. I've got like 90, so I've got like 3 ports I could use, but I need maybe like 4 more, I think. I don't, like I would need to, I think, go down to the marker stone and redo some of this, because I basically, to make this one power light thing, I just hijacked this production line, and it might not be that efficient. Did you fill all the rifts? Yeah, I did. So I unlocked the outpost. You can pretty much play Enfield without ever opening the Gacha tab. You have Edmund, Perlica, Chen, choose a 6-star from the selector and forget Gacha permanently. You keep playing with that team. I mean, here's the reason why I understand the sentiment with that, but here's the reason why I usually don't use that in my arguments or like in my videos or whatever, is because I think a big part of gacha games is literally acquiring new characters and teams for gameplay diversity, and like it's a huge part of the fun of a gacha is like new characters coming out, you're getting hyped about new characters, you know, you're saving, you're pulling, you're building new teams, you're getting new like gameplay abilities and stuff. So like I do think a huge part of the fun is like I mean in some gacha games, I guess the point is that yeah, like you can basically get all of the pull rewards in all of the Endfield endgame modes. You can get all of the gacha currency rewards using like free-to-play teams and not having to worry about pulling on the gacha, which is true. You can't do that in like HSR, WoW, or Genshin, or ZZ, or anything like that, but yeah. So I get the sentiment. And I guess it is worth mentioning that, you know, that's something else that is worth mentioning for the endgame modes is that they're not locking FOMO gacha currency. Even if it's just a little bit, it's still there. It's still there to kind of like persuade you, make you feel bad and persuade you to pull more powerful stuff. Let's see a video where you actually compile how Endfield goes against modern gacha monetization trends. That would be part of it, yeah. You need to make sure you use the pipe controllers to manage outflows into machines, otherwise a lot goes to waste. I did use the pipe controllers for when I was powering the machine, so they should have been at like 6 per minute. 6 per minute, by the way, is like 0.1 per second. So it's really like nothing if you're using the pipe control ports. I think the main strain of the Shuriken is one of the machines needs 1 per 2 seconds to function efficiently. So you need to use a lot of your Shuriken for that. I guess you could, the thing is like, I guess you could take well, you really don't want to be converting Shirenite to Shuriken, because then to do that, you would also need, you know, to convert even more Shirenite to then power those machines. And I think you have just enough, you literally have just enough Shirenite to maintain your basically to maintain 2 production lines of these batteries, and then to have 2 production lines of heavy Shirenite, which you also need in order to make the Pyrolite. Actually, or no, sorry, you don't need that for Pyrolite, that's for the components, never mind. Wait, actually, just kidding. Maybe that could be the way to go. Once you've crafted all your components, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Once you've like basically let your components run for maybe a few days, max it out at like 90k or whatever you want, and then you can start converting Shirenite to like gases and stuff. So you don't have to worry about, yeah, okay, maybe that's the way to do it. But for now, I'm going to see what I can do with these Cuprium as well. The reason my gacha game makes a lot is because it's good. The reason why your game makes more money is because it's predatory. Quote unquote. In quotation marks. Skins would be great, but I'd worry about what they'd cost. I think, like, yeah, the thing is, I think when there's skins, the idea is that, like in NTE, aren't some of the skins earnable for free? And the thing that always happens is that, you know, the earnable skins aren't going to be looking as good as the paid skins. And then the paid skins will cost you like an arm and a leg. It'll be like, you know, $30. I mean, I think that like some of these high quality skins really should be priced at like $10 maximum. You know, like money just starts to lose all meaning when these skins start to cost like $25, $30, even like $15 skins sometimes. If it's not giving you like new, like what I would really pay for skins consistently is like $5 to $10 maybe for skins that don't change VFX or voice lines. And then I'd pay like $15 maybe for a skin that changes a lot of VFX and voice lines and stuff. So, but then the thing is, like, you know, some games will charge you $30. I mean, some games, like, we know what we're talking about here, but some games will charge you like $30 for a skin that doesn't change any VFX or voice lines. It's just a reskin. So I think I'm just gonna restart this component thing. I think I crafted the parts that I wanted to have for now, you know. Do that. This whole depot bus is just for Pyrolite gear parts. This one that I have is. That other one in the Marco Stone was literally just to make these at maximum efficiency. So I think I might have to redo that. I have to check and see if the cuprium ore is being wasted. I don't know exactly where. I've lost track of where my cuprium ore is being used, so I have to check. You'd rather not have skins. It would most likely cost real money anyway, which I'm not a fan of, which you're not a fan of. I don't know. The thing is, if I think the idea is, as a consumer, is that if having more cosmetics allows you to like be able to pull more characters, then that's like a trade-off that I would take. You know, if it has to be a compromise. Because like with NTE, for example, I think we've talked about this, but there's also, you know, once like paid skins become a thing, it's not just a matter of, you know, the company's like, okay, we're making some revenue over here, so like we can be a little more generous over here, to like lose some revenue on this part because we'll make it up on this system instead. It's not necessarily just that, but it's also that they're also incentivized, which is why, you know, I believe in like, you know, market forces or whatever, but like, because they're also incentivized to let people acquire more characters because, you know, you only buy skins if you have the character. So it creates like positive incentives. And if like the skin system allows the company to make more money, then, but like also the consumer is kind of happier too. It's kind of like a win-win for everybody. But I don't know exactly how it works. On the back end, only the corporation like knows the numbers. An actual crazy person shaping the narrative for so long has done some serious damage. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. I quit a game every other day. Mr. Farquaad spreading this info? No way. Well. Totally should do stable environment. You will have your filter things consumption. Yeah. So, well, if you want, so here's the thing. This is something else I figured out. I'm kind of just bouncing around my factories right now, but I think I want to make these components right now. Yeah, I want to be making these. This is probably just going to run for like a while. This is probably just going to run for a while. And until I have a stockpile, and then you can like shut this off. Oh my gosh, lag. Everything's lagging. Oh, by the way, I hope the stream isn't blurry and stuff today. I hope we don't run into that again. I have it on my phone. It looks okay. Hopefully that was a one-time thing. Endfield does so many good things with the way it's monetized. I know it's going to change eventually, but I'd like for it to stay as consumer friendly for as long as possible. Process behind taking the 30/70 split for revenue that was disclosed. Oh, for the guesstimate, and then adding around 20% to mobile, because that's okay. Interesting. I mean, if that guesstimate is correct and they make 40 million per month, like think of like if you made 40 million per month I don't think we even know either how much monthly cost it takes to upkeep these games. I just remember an article from like 2021, 2022 or something for Genshin that said the dev said that it takes around a little over $17 million USD per month to upkeep, and basically anything over that is profit. So that would probably change with like, you know, inflation and stuff, but it's probably like a good baseline. Even if it was like 20 million per month of upkeep cost, I mean that's like 20 million profit. So these are all just guesstimates, but still. For them monetizing cosmetics rather than rampant power creep every single second of your life? Yeah. Bro, yeah, the power creep, HP inflation, DPS check, like shilling game modes, yeah. All that stuff is really getting tiring. Like for HSR, for me, I really do like HSR is a thing. You know, but the thing is like it's turn-based. I shouldn't really be stressing as much about like for a turn-based game, because for a turn-based game, what I'm more looking for is just, you know, kind of, it's very simple. Each character has like 2 buttons. Some characters have like 3. Wow. It's like supposed to be like turn your brain off and just kind of enjoy it. I really should not be stressing out here. Like, do I need to get 2 copies of this character because like in 6 months they're going to be power crept? Like, it's just too much. I think it's too aggressive. And I really like it. Just I like the characters. I think the story is like pretty entertaining and the lore and stuff, but and it's fun when like I have a fully functioning team. But like they just feel so gimped sometimes, and it just doesn't feel good. Like if Silver Palace comes out and is really good, and if I like start making, you know, regular like content for that and stuff, I mean I could easily see myself dropping like HSR simply because, you know, like that, you know, I could replace it with a game that doesn't make me feel as, doesn't just feel as aggressive. So far, you got enough Sheer from vents from all the environments? Okay, cool. Nice. So far, the earnable skins in NT are more loot in general, but the cooler looking ones are on the Gacha or paid? Okay, interesting. That makes sense. That kind of makes sense, actually. Sell the Gunner skins for money. It makes a lot of sense. When Chen gets a skin, I'm getting it no matter what. Bro, I think Arknight, from what I've seen from Arknight skins, I think Endfield has some high potential for skins. Like, I want to see some skins. Like, you know, I'd want to see some skins. Eventually. I mean, I do still kind of think that gacha games make so much money off the gacha. Like, having a gacha system, I really feel like skins should be something that are earnable. Like, you know, that's why it's like if you have a fun game mode, let's say you have your Elden Ring Night Ring game mode that I keep talking about, and it's like actually fun to grind, then you could make a skin like, you know, $15 in the shop, but also it could be, you know, behind like a few hours of grinding or something, so people can grind for them. Like, I just feel like that would add a lot. I don't know, maybe that's too player friendly, it's too W player friendly idea, but oh man, I'm making these canisters too, and I don't, this is okay, I'm not using the sludge for anything, so yeah, so basically, yeah, these canisters, and then I think Sheeranite would go into these separator cores. Yeah. So the thing is, like, basically 2 of these for max efficiency cores, and I know this makes 2, and you only need 1 for the Pyrolite. However, if I have 2 Pyrolite production lines, then I would need 2 of these. So I basically factor in these 2, and then each of these requires 4, right? Am I doing this right? Because like 1 per 2 seconds, 1 of these. So I need 2 of these to make 1. So that's two outputs. And then I need 2 of these to make 2. So that's another 2 outputs. So that's 4. Plus 5. So basically 5 cuprium to make this. And I should have enough. So I can leave this, because that's factored in. It's factored in already. this powder's going somewhere. I think this powder's going somewhere. And I'm using that sludge for something important over here. So for my heavy shearonite, I think. Even in Gacha revenue, Arcane made the same amount as money as Camille plus Mifu. Okay. And Arcane's pretty popular. Arcane's pretty popular. Phillips, have you played ZZZ? Yeah, do ZZZs on my daily roster? What do you mean have I played ZZZ? What do you mean have I played ZZZ? It's been on my daily roster since the game came out. I've never taken a ZZZ hiatus. $17 million just for upkeep sounds like bullshit for a gacha. You think so? Well, dude, I think you have kind of underestimate how many people are working on this game, because that's for like that the amount of people, because you have several different teams working in parallel on content constantly. So like for all those different teams that are working in parallel, you got to pay them all per month, even if like the patch that you get that month is like the product of, one team working for maybe 3 to 4 to 5 months or something like that. You still have like 3 to 5 other teams maybe working in parallel, and you have to pay all those teams. From my understanding is that the greatest cost of game development is paying employees. So yeah, staff costs are always the biggest cost of any business. Yeah. And that was just for Genshin. It was an article talking about Genshin. That's 17 million per month. Yo, what's up, Glenn? What's up, bro? So that probably has gone up, if I had to guess, from 2021, 2022. I think it was 2021. That's probably gone up. Not, that number just also from inflation has probably gone up. And then just in terms of maybe their investment in the game has gone up. But I mean, for Genshin, we know Genshin's totally fine, but I don't even know if Hypergriff is spending that level of money maybe on Endfield. I don't know, maybe. We don't talk enough about Arknight's skin power creep. Is it the summer skins? Is that what it is? Is it the summer skin power creep? I think for these, yeah. So these Cuprium, I really did just fill this. I really filled this factory as well. I have this making. Oh no, this is all batteries as well. Yeah, it's all batteries. That's what this is. I am making these batteries just to sell. I think maybe at some point, if it becomes less profitable, I could cancel this, but for right now, I mean, it's just using Originum and there's nowhere else to use that. And then it's just using 2 shearonite basically to make this. And I need those 2 shearonite for this power. So, okay, I'm chilling on this. Let me check this one. They have over 2,000 employees. Are you talking about Hypergriff or Hoyoverse? One or the other, the gacha subsidizes the skins or the reverse. Just for fun, he searched potential power difference between P0 and P5 in WUA, and it was 2x, and then Endfield with 20%. Dude, I mean, I think for the equivalent, if you look at like max potentials, I guess 5 copies to 5 copies, but I mean, I was looking at Himiko, so Himiko Nova came out recently in HSR, and I was looking at the Braxophone guide, and Himiko Nova gets like an 80% power spike from E2. And it's not just, it's like, here's 80% more damage. It's like, it's kind of more fun to play because you also get to use the skill, because she has like a special skill that is like the 3rd button that was like, finally the character got a 3rd button to press. Even though you pretty much just press that button every time, so like you might as well not even consider the other Yeah, too. I guess maybe fourth if you say like basic, skill, and ultimate, but she basically only uses her ultimate and assist skill, so still basically 2 buttons. Anyway, she has like an 80% power spike for her E2, and you also get, it's also just like more fun, more quality of life. You get to use the assist skill more, which is like the fun thing to do in that team. So it's a lot, dude. It's a lot, and it really, you know, it makes me then when I watch like the guide video, and then I go back to playing my E0 S0 Himiko Nova, I just feel like I have such a gimped character. Like truly my character just feels like completely gimped. And it's annoying. It's just annoying. And I don't know if like maybe they're mainly banking on whales, like they're like if HSR is meant to appeal to whales mostly. Because no one else but whales are consistently pulling like E2s. I don't think you can't be free to play and be like consistently pulling E2 characters because you know, you don't only need the E2 for the character to function, you need their teammates. So if I pulled like E2, you know, Silverwolf, Elation Silverwolf, then I wouldn't be able to get like Sparksy and Yao Guang, which she like needs to kind of function. So I don't know, no one but whales is really engaging with that anyway. And like before they had the Starward mode thing where they added 100 extra gacha currency, you know, for the you know, basically dolphin whale DPS check. Like before they added that, you could still clear the end game with my strategy, but now I basically have to look at that Starward mode every end game refresh and know that I can't beat it. But I guess it is what it is. I guess if you can just convince yourself it's just purely extra, but. Have you played 3.1 yet in in ZZZ? Not really. I pulled you know, I pulled Remiel. I haven't played the story yet. We only get ZZ Endfield stream. ZZ stream when? I don't know, dude. I just it's just hard to stream multiple games. It's hard to stream multiple games. We can discuss it. I mean, a lot of the times I'm just running around. I'm just running around doing this anyway, but just like talking to chat, but we could discuss it. I mean, I don't know. Do people want to see like a ZZ 3.1 story playthrough? Is that something like people want to see? You know? Okay, this one's where I have my heavy Sheeranite production. Is heavy Sheeranite needed for... No, I don't think... Once you have the components, I don't think you need heavy Sheeranite basically at all, right? You don't... Yeah, basically you don't need it at all. I'm literally just making these for components, I believe. And then these two are being made... Oh yeah, I'm making these parts. Which I don't really need. So that's one extra I can dedicate. And then yeah, and then this... Oh yeah, okay, so these sewages are being used here. So if I end up cutting heavy Sheeranite production, I could dedicate these two to Powerlight components as well. Okay. Word. Oh, Hoyoverse has 6,000 plus employees? Okay, yeah. Bro, that is a massive workforce as well. I'd say since Genshin has co-op and stuff, server upkeep is also... Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. Is it true that Endfield roguelike is on the way? I mean, no one knows. There's like speculation, quote unquote leaks. I don't think any leaks are necessarily real because Hypergriff cuts, kind of like cracks down on them so hard. But apparently, I mean, it was leaked that the Typhon Reconvener was coming and that was real. So maybe Enfield roguelike is on the way. Maybe it is. Oh man, please manifesting Elden Ring Night Rain game mode. Please, bro. Please. I'm manifesting the Elden Ring Night Rain game mode and it's not just like, you know, empty box to empty box roguelike gameplay, please. I mean, NTE did it, even if NTE's implementation was kind of flawed. they attempted it. So Lopez, when ZZ streamed to teach us to play Haramasa, so R2 will get mad seeing it. R2, who's that? Dude, I actually unironically did learn to play Haramasa somewhat recently. Haramasa, the Haramasa Seed team. I did somewhat learn to play. I need to refresh my Haramasa, but did you get Hugo, or do we need to totalize you? I did not get Hugo. I did not get Hugo. I guess I could have gotten Hugo and his Sig, but I got Jane M1 and Lucia Sig is what I went for. I figured that the Jane M2 could come at some point. Somehow, somewhere, that Jane M2 could hit. Might be a while, but okay, so that's 2 that I freed up. So that's 2. I think why does it say I'm using 300 and why does it say I'm using 310? Oh, it's because my usage is 330. Theoretically. Oh, and the yield is higher because I'm maxed out. So that's why the current, okay, I got it. Okay, so I basically have 3 ports plus the 2 that I could use. So yeah, that's it. That's the plan. Should I make like the skeleton version of this? I guess eventually I can feed these to protocol. I would just end up deleting these. I would stop turning it to powder and I would just turn it to this instead. I would just stash this early one. And then I would need solid gas. And then I would need solid gas. I think all of this has to be done with the Shiragen gas in the Yunling Pass factory. To be honest, I'm only here for Enfield talk. That won't pretend you might draw more viewers playing a whale game. I mean, I don't know if ZZZ is that game. The thing about drawing more viewers, it's not that simple either. Like, you know, channels aren't like you kind of like build. It's more about like building like an audience. That makes sense. It's not that straightforward. Like, throw on Genshin equals more viewers. And also, obviously, I have to take into account like my personal preference of game. Like, would I have as much fun playing Genshin as I do, or like playing and talking about Genshin as I do playing and talking about Enfield? You know? Okay. So then at this point, I know what I would need to do. I need to come here. We didn't even get 1.4 story playthrough. If you do that for ZZZ, I'll have you turn into your Enfield CC status. I definitely made a mistake not streaming the Enfield 1.4 story. I definitely wish that I had, because it would have been fun to do as well. I think it was like a weird like combination of things. I think I was trying basically, well, for one, I was really excited to play the story, and I thought if I have to wait until I can stream, then I'm not going to be able to, I would have to wait to play the story, and I was like really excited to play the story. So I ended up just playing it. And then I also thought that, okay, here's the full lore, the backstory of why I didn't stream it, okay? Because I also was thinking maybe because I want to make a video talking, like, kind of going in depth, because I had that plan from the beginning to make that like fully explained video where I kind of go through what happens, but also like doing the analysis and maybe like lore theory drops like in the middle, like chronologically while explaining the story. So that was just like the way I thought to organize it. And I thought that it would be easier to like record my own footage rather than borrowing or using footage and then crediting somebody else's playthrough, which is what I've been doing previously. I thought maybe I'll just record my own, but then I started recording and I figured out that, oh, this is going to take like, 6 hours, and I don't want to record 6 hours of footage to then, store on my computer, because that's a lot. So then I stopped recording midway. So that entire idea was a bust. And then basically I had And then basically I was already like halfway, or like 1/3 through the story. So I was like, should I start streaming it now? And I'm kind of just wanted to keep playing, and I just kept playing it. So that's what happened. That's what happened. Because I also wanted, because I could also, you know, I wanted footage that didn't have like my camera and chat and stuff on it. So I think, you know, what I might try in the future is if I stream the story, I might basically do this and just kind of hide these and just do like a camless story playthrough. And maybe that'll also be like maybe a little more immersive, like a viewing experience. Maybe it could be nice. Could be nice. And then I'll have my footage, and then I'll have footage, and I'll be able to stream it. So I might do that. I might experiment with that. But you know, also I could just leave it like this and keep crediting other people's footage, because there are like game, you know, channels that put the whole thing on and they say like, you know, you're allowed to take this, just credit me, and I could just do that and it would be fine. But anyway, that's the full lore if you guys were interested. HG made a 1 hour long live showcase in CN talking about roguelike games, so that's why everyone speculates that IS is coming to Endfield. I think it would be like, you know, integrated strategies in name only though, right? I think it would have to be like way different. It would end up being like way different than I think what we know integrated strategy, to be in Arknights, right? Okay, let's say hypothetically, like a lot of this is not space efficient. I kind of have this in the corner. Kind of have this over here in the corner. This is making I don't know if I need to keep this. Why did I even have this? Yeah, I'm not gonna need to keep this making Shiranite. I think I only have it. Oh yeah, I only have it now because I'm using all my Shiranite or heavy Shiranite for components. But once you have the components stocked up, you can. It's gonna be so much better. Because I need to have some Shiranite going to making liquid Shiranite to fuel these like fluid to gas machines. Maybe new edge space will be something similar to that night rain mode. I mean, maybe. I think like an extraction, extraction modes kind of lend themselves to roguelikes. Also, I figured out what the difference is between roguelite and roguelike, although I forgot which name goes to which. But like one of them is basically so you drop into a round. So like in Night Rain, you drop into a round and you start at level 1 with like no gear, and then you progressively, you know, level up to level 15 and get all of your gear and buffs. So that's like progression within a round. But then there's also the other term refers to progression like within, like between rounds. So then like the you know, your reward for doing that round of gameplay gives you some reward that then it leads to this overall progression system that will be like carried through to the next rounds. So also in Night Rain, those are like the random relics you get, which then can then like make you a little more powerful or open up more builds. And so that's what I think it means. So which one are we expecting for Endfield? You ran a pipe with sewage at test area. Oh. I literally have not engaged with the test area sewage thing. I could not figure out what you're supposed to do there. I couldn't figure that out. I know there's some pools with sewage, but it's like limited. Are you supposed to constantly, because then you can also make Shircon effluent. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. Aren't there methods to record just the game while you're streaming with cam? There probably is like a separate recording thing. I think that probably is something in OBS. I'll need to look that up. Yeah, I probably should look that up. But I think it's much easier to, like, storage becomes an issue because I can only hold so much storage of stuff on my computer or in like external storage. So being able to like just have YouTube, put that burden on YouTube so that they, you know, the stream is is saved there, and then I can just cut the footage wherever I want. Like, that's pretty nice. But respect for doing story with Canon Team and Minshen Prolico Arcane. Seems not easy to play. Oh, you're talking about that footage that I had in my video? Yeah, I did record that fight against Electros with a Canon Team. I thought that would be fun. I thought it would be more immersive for footage. Yeah. Did you watch Ashguy's Lord podcast? Yeah, I did. The one with Dracnus and Ramen. Yeah, I did. I haven't watched all of it yet, but I watched a good chunk of it. Like, it was like an hour and a half or 2 hours or something. Dude, it was really so much of that. So much of that was just Dracnus, like almost giving like a lecture. It was like we were all in the lecture hall, and Dracnus was just giving like a lecture on Arknight's lore. It was pretty funny, but dang, there was a lot of interesting stuff. And it really, I left a comment in the Discord about this, but it really did also throw into, like, some of y'all were saying like, oh, like you're a lore, like talking to me, and they're like, oh, you're a lore CC now, you're making lore videos, and like, bro, I'm not even scratching the surface of what it even means to be a lore CC at this point. Like, it really throws into perspective just how much information is out there. I guess Endfield is more contained, so you can experience Endfield without knowing all of that stuff. But yeah, to be like a lore master, I mean, Jesus, dude, there's a lot of stuff, because it's not even just reading through the story once. It's like rereading, and then like reading and then rereading and then rereading like certain parts multiple times. So there's a lot, dude. There's a lot that goes into that. Okay, roguelike is where you start 100% fresh, and then no progress that carries over. Okay, roguelike, all right. You left an artifice or gear, so don't expect to stock up on gears. I mean, if I have like 90,000 gear components, like I should be able to just turn it off and never have to worry about it again, right? I just never really have to worry about it again. I think Enfield's going to be a roguelike with some progression. Okay. You're a big fan of roguelikes, assuming the stage gets progressively harder with the more upgrades you get. It would 100% fit Enfield better than a roguelike. Dude, I think one of the problems with gacha games and roguelikes is that, I think we talked about this before too, but difficulty is central to roguelikes. Like, there needs to be difficulty. Otherwise, it's just, when you're getting buffs and upgrades, it's just meaningless. And gacha games are so afraid of having difficulty because they're trying to like appeal to casuals. And maybe Enfield, that game that the game for everyone is a game for no one. It in reality is probably the gacha game that appeals to niche audiences more. So it could maybe take that risk to have difficulty and actually have that. Oh, divert your sludge to test area to save power. Interesting. Rather than using waste containment, I never thought about that. Oh, privately upload. Okay. Small question for the lore buffs here. What was M3 up to during the Wu Ling arc? In the beta, I remember she was in the north, but was it mentioned where she was in the live game? I don't remember. Dude, the thing I learned about, oh my god, dude, here's this is spoilers for Arknights. This is something that I guess I kind of got spoiled on myself during the lore stream. So spoilers for Arknights, okay? Beware. Massive. It's like massive spoilers apparently for Arknights. Related to like a character death, right? So massive spoilers. So 3, 2, 1, spoiler. Okay, we're safe. So basically, apparently Kulstit dies, but Kulstit has like the character monster is and monster in Arknights is spelled with a 3 instead of an E. And then you have like M3, so like monster with a 3, M3, who kind of looks like Kalstit. So like monster is supposed to be somehow used for Kalstit to like revive. So like this is how Kalstit has survived for like over 1,000 years, something like that. She's been using like these monster things to survive, but then the character monster in Arknight's also somehow got its own personality and is like it's its own person, whatever. But so like our M3 could be like a monster something, right? That like somehow Kalstit is gonna revive there. Kaltsit, my bad. Kaltsit. Bro has an Arknight's Mind Palace? Yeah, Draxnus? Yeah. He was spoiling too much, so you had to click away. There was a lot of spoilers going on, but that's kind of the nature. You can't really deep dive lore without... It kind of requires you to be up to date on all the information, right? And like they were saying, you know, when Suh comes out, I think they were probably going to learn so much anyway when Suh comes out, so... Very good at recognizing and explaining themes and topics addressed by the story, and I enjoy the insights of someone who's not too familiar with Arknight's lore. Yeah, I think what I really enjoy more than lore deep dives, I do enjoy talking about lore and learning about it, but I think the process of becoming a lore master is like really difficult, and what I enjoy more is like storytelling analysis, themes and meanings and stuff like that I also don't think is necessarily something that is that's not like something that's still like a niche that could be filled. So that's kind of where I kind of feel like I'm gonna shine the most when I do like my story reviews, and just what I just enjoy doing the most naturally anyway. So I'm probably gonna stick more to that, and then like light kind of lore theories, like, oh, like this could mean this could happen, there's like a callback to this, kind of more on the lighter side is kind of where I feel I might fit in. But definitely going deep into, you know, the themes and the meaning and stuff, and the emotional impacts and all that. From what I heard, Kaltsit is mortal now. It's her last life, so her name showing up on the prologue tombstone makes sense. Oh. So did Kaltsit revive? So she died in the story. That's all that Draxnus said, is that Kaltsit died. I don't know if he mentioned if she revived. Has she revived in Arknights, or is she like in the process of reviving? Is that like something that's going to happen later? Is that when she became a character? When she became playable? Didn't she become playable recently and that was really huge? Is that when she was revived? What went down there? Monster is the only one who can revive? I tell you what, I think you'd fit right into their lore podcast. I think I would have been doing what Ashikai was doing, which was mostly just learning and like taking notes and stuff. And mostly just in my learning arc, my student arc. Probably. I don't know how much I could add. Maybe. Never saw anybody do story digest with themes and stuff for either Endfield or Wuwa. Definitely a niche worth filling. Yeah, I definitely do think there's a niche for that. Definitely. You know, because I really enjoy, you know, you look at, you know, and then you make callbacks to stories like Dune, right? I'm so glad the developers mentioned Dune in an interview. So now I can literally talk about Dune and like themes and me and stuff from Dune. I can literally talk about Dune as much as I want. I'm so happy they talked about Dune. I need them to now go into an interview and talk about Lord of the Rings. Although, you know, Japan did have a Lord of the Rings reference in the recent story, so I think the writers are aware. So I think I can talk about Lord of the Rings as much as I want. Kaltsit is alive. Okay. In chapter 13, she revives. Okay, cool. Cool. She was already playable, but got an altar version. Oh, okay. She got an altar after being revived. Oh, dang, that's hype. Dude, that's why altars are so hype. That's why I don't necessarily understand people that say that altars are like slop. Because altars are so fucking cool, dude. Like, you have this, I mean, you have a story like that where Kaltsit revives and comes back and it's like, boom, altar. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Mastering the thinker pose. Was I hitting that? My bad. Or you're welcome. Yo, what's up, Jenny? Monster itself isn't why Cal was able to. I feel like my mic gets too close to me sometimes. I think you're supposed to keep it a little further away. I end up leaning. My posture is like, I end up leaning forward too much, and I'm like swallowing my mic. I need to like create some space. Look at Arcane's smile. Monster itself isn't why Cal was able to revive previously. It's just a symbiotic thing with something to do with how Cal is. The events of chapter 15, Cal found a way to separate them to ensure that Mon was able to survive. Okay. What was Japan's Lord of the Rings reference? I forgot exactly what he said, but it was something like Lord of the Rift, Return of the something, which is like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, the third book or movie. Yeah, it was like Lord of the Rift, Return of the something. So it was a very explicit Lord of the Rings reference. Like literally, like there's zero room for doubt or misunderstanding. I love altars. Inject altar slop into my veins. Dude, altars are kind of good. I want to set up. Okay, I want to set up the skeleton of like what eventually is going to be. What this eventually is going to be. So I'm going to be pulling these out of the depot. I'm going to need a solid gas transmuter. Can I make it in this corner maybe? This ain't gonna be like a Kiostin grid factory, but it's gonna be something. And then I'm gonna need a third one to output these. So it'll be like this. And there will be a solid gas transmuter. Oh yeah, I can do this. I'm kind of wasting this depot bus on the side. Maybe can I move it anywhere else? Nah. Whatever. I mean, I guess I can do this. Return of the Endman? Okay, yeah. So Monster has the immortality thing, but Cal doesn't know that doesn't now that she's back? Oh. Altars are giga-based. I love them to bits when they do justice to the characters. Yeah, usually they're just super cool. They're hype. Altars can be slop. Chen first saw it was a whole controversy. Oh, really? Didn't Chen Chen in Arknight, she got the Dawn Streak altar? Was that considered good altar slot? Wolfguard after he kills the Alfarian? I saw someone say adult Rossi altar. I don't think they do like time skip altars. Dude, I wonder if actually does OG Arknights have a time skip in its story? Because I feel like I don't know, there's no rule that says that Endfield couldn't have a time skip, right? I don't think gachas typically don't ever do that, but I mean, if there was going to be a time skip, it would be like after part 1 or something, you know? It would be, I mean, part 1 would go on for like 10 years and then you'd like do something and then it'd be like, okay, part 2, new enemies, new plot. Maybe we can skip forward like a few years, or I don't know. Maybe it'd be kind of cool. When the altar of your character that is all about swordmancy and learning to use Chi Xiao is just a different version that fights with water guns and is stronger than the original. Oh, it was the Summer Chen? I played with Summer Chen as an assist when I was playing a little bit of Arknights. Yeah, I played with her. So the summer altar was controversial. Because some games do summer altars, like summer characters, and some just have summer skins. Honkai Third was all about altars and it was peak. Game working with a set amount of characters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and character building. Because it allows for more character building. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do think Honkai Impact Third had a pretty strong premise with its like usage of a smaller cast. Estella altar? Fluorite swimsuit altar? Holy. The first $1 billion character in Gacha? So Chen Dawnstreak was a good altar, but the beach themed one wasn't well received. Arknights moves through time. Time skip would be cool. How come it wasn't well received? Yeah, how come? Yeah, was it just because someone said did they use different weapons, used water guns, so it wasn't really it wasn't as thematic maybe? It just kind of felt did it feel like silly? Did it break immersion? Okay, so solid gas. That's gonna be this. So then the gas will come out of here. So the gas will come out of here into a purification unit. Would it be better to do... No, it needs to be like this. So then purification unit, which will have to be in a stable environment. And I can do it like this. I guess we'll have to wrap the pipe around like this. Because the alt wasn't needed. They do have time skip alts? LARPers slandering Arknight's character designs have to resort to a first anniversary drama. Luckily, after the controversy with Summer Chen, they decided not to do summer versions that could have been a skin instead kind of altar. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't think in principle I have anything against summer altars. Like, I think FGO, they're like the most popular in FGO, right? And I think it's more of like, well, in FGO, maybe it kind of fits into the lore immersion as well, because in the way that servants are summoned in FGO. So, you know, after the super like depressing, violent, emotionally intensive, grueling main story chapters of FGO, then you get to resummon the characters as just like easygoing, fun having at the beach summer characters, you know what I mean? Who are just kind of chilling and making friends together and having a good time. I think it's like almost like an emotional decompression. So maybe I don't know, maybe the same feeling wasn't in Arknights. I mean, HSR is doing it for the first time. I guess we'll see how HSR does it. But I really can't see like a 3D, like an Endfield, a WUA, or a Genshin, or a ZZZ. I don't see them doing something like that. I see them just having like summer skins. For some reason, it's more with like the turn-based or the chibi 2D type games, or it's like it makes more, it just feels more, at home there. First $1 billion character is going to be Endfield Lapland. Is that like an Arknights kind of lore tie-in? Summer Chen was kind of silly and was breaking immersion without adding anything to the character story. Okay. At launch, Summer Chen's DPS is 25 to 30% higher than the highest DPS at the time. Has a face that looks uncanny. Does not show enough character growth in a story event. Okay. Almost all the ults are after a bit of time skip? Oh, interesting. After Fire Emblem Heroes, you're against Summer or Festive Day altars? Interesting. FGO altars are truly alternate versions of the character? Yeah, I mean, they do... Well, there's altars who are alternate, but then there's the... Sorry, there's... So FGO has altars, which are, like, different versions of the character. But then there's also, like, you know, here's a Summer version of the character. And it's kind of... I don't know. I think Fate, like the Fate verse, is intentionally very vague. You know, when like a servant dies and then they can get resummoned, but like maybe they don't have always the same memories as their previous self. It's weird. Oh, it's super weird. I just headcanon it as them being like the same person and having the same memories. I feel like it's depressing. I guess maybe it, you know, is more realistic like in terms of death, but I feel like it's depressing to kill a character and then bring them back without their memories, you know? Like, it's more depressing than just kind of leaving them dead. Because then it's like you have all this emotional attachment to them that, you know, but like that character technically doesn't remember any of that, and it's kind of just depressing. The other Arknight's altar was a Gavielle bikini altar. She goes from a medic to a guard with a huge axe. Arknight's altars are post-development / plot, while also being a couple years older, generally. And yeah, Wuwa got the Yang Yang altar, yeah. But it's not a Summer altar. It's a you know, character development altar, right? Like her actual power, in the story, her actual power and like abilities progressed, and her story progressed. Okay, purification unit will give me my 2 gas. For 2 gas, you only need 1 pipe, right? Because they can do 2 per second. So I just need 1 pipe going to a gas reactor globe. Basically over here, right? This is kind of awkward because I might need to nuke this as well in the future. Wait, that's it? So then that goes in here and then solid gas. And then fitting. Wait, it's like kind of easy when you think about it. Oh wait, gas reactor globe is... Oh no, wait, basically need one of these. Let's say theoretically I have another line coming this way. Because that'll be the plan, right? And it'll be like gas reactor globe. Gas reactor globe. For summer skins, we need beaches though. Why aren't conquering Talos fast enough to get our summer skins? Or we aren't. Yeah, there's the one region that is literally like a summer resort, right? ZZ has altars too? Oh yeah, no, ZZ does, yeah. Like Anby. What was the reference to summer outfits? Were there most of the time? Yeah. Yeah, the summer outfits are skins, yeah. Hard to explain, but FGO kind of perfected the ability to totally abuse the player's suspension of disbelief. It's basically an art. But the Fate verse is truly the Fate verse is truly insane. Like lore and Fate, because it's almost like, yeah, it's almost like it's so like complex and jargony and stuff. Like I'll try and read, like I don't know, maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I kind of got back into FGO recently myself, for the like summer anniversary or whatever, and then I was kind of lucky on the gacha, so I'm still playing it. But anyway, and then so like I'll try and read through the story. I think honestly, it's better to read through the story on the wiki than it is to like play the story in game, because I just can't keep track of anything in the freaking game. But then when you're, and also the wiki is like extremely detailed. Like it's super long, very detailed. It's like reading a book. So, but then I'll read the wiki and it's just, there's so much like, it's almost like the lore itself expects you to like not really care to understand certain things. Like the lore will just be like, this thing happened. And then as a reader, you just have to accept like, okay, this thing just happened, right? It's not like we need an explanation. It's not like there needs to be some reason, but like this thing just happened and you just have to kind of accept that. And it's weird. It's really weird. And I think it's done on purpose. Limbus Company has good alts as well. Oh yeah, you mentioned collabs. Collabs would be interesting. Dude, I feel like collabs, like we're talking about how like, you know, Summer Chen maybe breaks immersion or suspension of disbelief. I feel like collabs can kind of do that too. And there needs to be like a way, I don't know. I feel like I like the way that HSR and Wuthering Waves with their collabs, they actually like try to tie it into the lore somehow and make it like canon. You know what I mean? It's like real canon events. I feel like that helps. Would this work if I just, let me, also, this is wrong. Wait, purification unit. Like this. And then solid gas. Would this work as a production line? I feel like it would, right? It's not that complex. It's really not when you think about it. So why is there no gap here? La Fantoma has the beaches? Okay, yeah. We were supposed to go to La Fantoma at some point, but M3 had to cut our vacation early. Wait, as M3 being a killjoy, didn't she say something like we have to keep you safe now? I kind of wonder if that's, I kind of wonder if there's going to be continuity for that statement, because she said that, and it seemed like it seemed like a major thing to say, almost like, you know, everything that you've been doing up until now has to stop, and it almost feels like she was basically saying like we're gonna have to lock you in your room, you know, like you're not allowed to leave the Dijon anymore. Like it felt like that almost. Which seems like it would be very detrimental to the story, and I don't know if that statement can really have continuity. I don't know if that was a legit statement. Yeah, altars. Oh, Limbus Company has altars as a core game mechanic. Yeah, and they have the same 12-unit cast. Yeah. The Rainbow Six collabs and Arknights are canon? Dude, yeah, what would work in Endfield then if it has to be canon? I guess Rainbow Six works because in Arknights they have like the operators, literally operators, and they use the same, like they use like guns and riot shields and stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense. Arknights has always tied their collabs to their lore. Rainbow Six Siege collab was kind of amazing with how they used the humans for normal Earth. The humans from normal Earth to expose scientific and social differences with Terra. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I feel like humans from normal Earth would kind of fit right in. Yeah. I don't think this is going to work with the pipes because these have to come out somehow, but and also they need Shirigen. I would need to basically feed Shirigen here and here, but I mean, I could have a outlet right there, but then they need within the output would need to come out somehow. So, oh no, wait, this could go in like this. And this. This would be weird, but it could work. No, because the Shirigen needs to come in here. That would not work. That would not work. Whatever. M3 is Enmin's mom? Keck. You think Enfield 1.5 will just be a lore drop, and you think the mask is finally getting removed? You think the mask is coming off? You think the mask is going to come off? Okay, whatever the wait, why do I have... Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, because this is going to make 2 Pyrolite components. So then this gas is going to then come out into a solid gas transmuter. Yeah, this is going to have to be like over here somewhere. So then solid gas transmuting unit. This gas goes into here. I wonder if there's a way to somehow like only use one of these. I don't know. It's only 0.6, right? Like I mean, I'm gonna have extra of this gas in it. Yeah, I have like way a surplus of this anyway, so like, I can just use 2. It's fine. Oh, the Terrans have crazy constitution. That's like yeah, like they're just like stronger. I really like it when fantasy worlds do that. Like, oh, you know, the humans in this world are just naturally stronger. I feel like it's like helps you suspend your disbelief a lot of the time. No more fun around Edmund, you're grounded. Yeah, like what's gonna happen? Like wait, is this gonna be the this was the other wait, this is the perfect segue into those like, you know, terrible story takes that people were posting in the Discord. But is this going to be finally addressing like the Enmin gets too much screen time complaint? Now Enmin is just locked in their room forever, and then all the other operators got to go do everything. And now the Enmin doesn't get to be in the story anymore because M3 grounded them. Mask will come off when we find Enmin's origin. Yeah, I feel like it's too early. Mask stays on during 1.5. Yeah, it might be too early. You think at the end of 1.5? But why? Like what? Because the mask is not really tied to like character development. It's tied to like wedgie. It's tied to like their power, and it feels like their whole thing with their power needing to be limited is something that is going to be around for a long time. I can do this. This would be kind of interesting. I did something like this. Doesn't even need to be next to it. It could be like this. Because all it needs is the gas and the shuriken to come in. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, tab. Okay. Yes, like this. And this would be like this. I could also set it like this. For space. If Endman loses the mask, will Tong Tong call Endman no mask? I mean, the true lore concern, yeah. That's also one of my biggest concerns. What will Tong Tong call us? I don't know what would be better if the mask comes off because we learn to use the power or because we lose all of it. Dude, personally, I think the story is more... If the Endman is going to be continue to kind of be like our viewpoint character, I think it's way more... I think the story is way more interesting if the Endman is weaker. Like if you... Like, I don't think the Endman should like ever regain their power, right? I think if they want to take off the mask just for, you know, for fun, like just because it would be cool and it would let you see the Endman's face, then I think they could do that, but like I think they should just maintain their current power level or like not really increase it. Cause already the Endman like uses their Originium power to do a lot of stuff. You know? Like I think they already use it to resolve things, and I don't think it should be any more than it is now. The mask gonna fall off when we get Endman P5? That would be cool. I mean, you think at some point they could just not need the limiter, but they could not really have to increase their power, you know? Now that you say it, 1.5 could be stories of other operators without the Endman, showing us other sides of Talos 2. Wouldn't that be weird? Endman technically is still there gameplay-wise? Well, I mean, that wouldn't be weird because... What do you mean gameplay-wise? Like, because you can use the character? I mean, that goes for every character. Like, if you're bringing, you know, if you're bringing, like, Yvonne to fight Electrios, that doesn't mean Yvonne is there. I think the reason... After looking into the whole game development thing that I did for that one video, after doing research on that, I think a reason why these 3D games don't jump around locations like you could in like 2D Arknights is simply because it takes so much development time to create the environments and the spaces, like the rooms and the props and the, you know, all of that stuff. It takes so much time to make those that you can't just like, you know, make like 3 or 4 of them and then have them all in the same story. Like it's kind of a lot, I think. I think that's why maybe they tend to stay in one region before moving on to another region. And then, you know, when they can jump back to other places because they have those assets already made, right? But the idea of making like all of these assets for 3 different like thematic, like 3 to 4 to 5 different places is, I think, too much. And that's maybe why. So I don't really see us like jumping around, but maybe you know, maybe we'll get like a Chen Arcane adventure. That would be cool. Because I played that quest where you fill in the rifts and Arcane tells you she's going to join Endfield. Maybe we'll get like a little Chen Arcane adventure. That would be actually really awesome. If Endman has to be grounded in their room by M3. Soup will call us Docta. Wow. You think Tong Tong's played Arknights? Loki, I'd be down for Emden being locked up in Dijon for 1.5, going through a training montage and recovery with Suh while we play Pearly Chen Arcane through the patch. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I don't know about necessarily training montage, but I don't know, maybe that would be cool, like Sa and Enmin on the Dijon, and I mean honestly, I don't know, maybe you don't even need. I do imagine Enmin is gonna be around for Sa's story, actually. But I don't know, bro. As long as maybe as long as long as you get a Chen Arcane adventure, I think we need that eventually. If Arcane is joining Enfield, because I don't think they would have like literally told you that, and they wouldn't have you know hinted at that and then told you that if they weren't planning on using Arcane in adventures down the line. Because you know like Yvonne is like part of Enfield. I mean, certain other characters are like part of Enfield. I don't know. I don't know. I know they don't necessarily show up, but I don't think they would have. I don't think they would have made such a big fuss about it if she wasn't going to be like joining us or something, like joining the A team of Chen and Perlica. Holy chills. Where they throw the curveball where Enmin can finally take off the mask but lose their power, their connection to Originium. I think they would need, I think that Enmin needs to maintain some of their Originium power because they literally are like the keystone that is keeping Enfield Industries alive because of their ability to you know, something with Originium, like Protocol Originium 2. Like I think, isn't it what they are the ones that make the AIC possible? Something like that. Something like that. I'm not a diehard anti-Enmin participation guy, but you still like to see them try doing side stories without them. Yeah, I'm the same. Like I'm not a diehard. I'm not like one of those that is out there like calling the story shit or dooming it because the Enmin's in it. But also, I think it's like kind of natural. You could explore tons of different ways of telling the story, and that they would all be kind of interesting. And you like to see that variety. You know, again, bro, that's why you know, someone had sent the screenshots of some messages about that someone had made about Enmin in the story and how, like, you know, Enfield story is always going to be awful because they have to have the Enmin as a character. And like, it's like, I think literally we literally just talked and had a conversation where it's like, it'd be cool to see some side stories where the Enmin isn't there, but it's also not, we're not sitting here being like bad faith negative, like the story is shit and it's always going to be awful and will never be good because of XYZ. Like there's obviously a difference, right? That's why I had that whole thing where I said don't engage, like, you know, don't engage with the haters. And I'm not going to cede any ground to these haters. Like I'm not going to talk to them and tell them they have a good point about the Enmin because they're saying that to say the story is shit and will never be good. Whereas I'm like, yo, I think it'd be kind of cool to see a Chen Arcane adventure, you know? I think that'd be cool. And that would be enjoyable. It's not the same as saying the story is shit. And again, it's because they truly think like they're the ones crusading for the game to be better when we can literally say the same thing. You know? It's not like, and again, they think it's like rocket science. Like they're the only ones to come up with this. They're the only ones that can see it. They're the only ones talking about it. And that's why everyone needs to listen to them, when in reality, it's like I said, 2 + 2 = 4. Kind of basic stuff. They can pull an Expedition 33 on us. Imagine logging in and Shen or Perlica replaces Enmin in your team who's nowhere to be found. That would be kind of cool. I think there's tons of cool, like, different storytelling things they could experiment with. Because, dude, a lot of ground is like kind of untread in terms of 3D, like, gacha storytelling. They could just, I mean, that's the kind of great thing about, you know, there's always content being made regularly, new patches coming. They could always just experiment. I mean, like, if it works out, it works. If it doesn't, then that was one patch, and then you can move on and try something else or go back to what works, you know? It's not as serious. I think what I'm gonna do is, well, I could literally just, where does this come out? Oh, this comes out of here? Oh, this is funny. Wait a minute, what if I do this? If I put a fitting unit here, and no, that's weird. That's weird. I'll do this. Then that comes out of here, and that's that. Uh... I think with the way they're doing the AIC, we won't be jumping around between regions. Yeah. Oh yeah, the other environments for Delver and stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's a strict rule that everything needs to be like recycled and reused, but I think it adds a lot of burden, right? You have a point with the environment development and design. We also get a bunch of new environments for side content every patch. So they could actually do side stories set in location currently or already visited. Yeah. I mean, setting in locations currently are already visited. I mean, yeah, I guess. But has there been a reason for us to jump back to like Valley 4 in the middle of like the Wuling arc? Because we kind of did with Camille and with Lino, right? So, but if it's like in the middle of the 1.4 quest, was there really a reason to, you know, I mean, I don't know, maybe if it was like an Avengers movie, you know, maybe like something's going down simultaneously in Valley 4, and then the Valley 4 gang with like Rossi and Yvonne and Gilberta and Lavatane and stuff are all doing something over there. I don't know. And I mean, like the scope would be kind of like, we're talking kind of scope creep in terms of stellar storytelling. And sometimes you have to wonder like if bloating a story is better than just keeping it more concise. But maybe. Visual novel as a format is an easier playground to disassociate a main character from. True, yeah, true. Third person is not restricting it, but does require more thematic cohesion to pull off a perspective switch. I think in terms of disconnecting from like the Doctor self-insert, because it's, you know, in 3D the character is like always standing there and they have voice lines and they're talking and they're like in the space. But I'm assuming, yeah, when I was reading Arknights, yeah, it's kind of in some cases kind of easy to almost forget the Doctor's even there, because sometimes they don't really contribute much. So far with what I've read, they don't necessarily contribute much. They just kind of it'll just be like they'll be telling the story and it's like, oh my gosh, combat's happening, Doctor, direct us, and the Doctor's like, okay, and then that's kind of what the Doctor does. And then they've kind of like maybe talked to some characters, but it's kind of like, yeah, when you're reading, it's definitely easier to disconnect from like the MC. Yvonne is part of UWST, not Enfield. Oh, really? Oh. Arknights Enfield better than Hoyo shit and NTE. Okay, we don't really, okay, but we don't need to like, we don't need to compare. Like, we don't need to be like that. We don't need to be like that. I appreciate your passion, but we don't need to be like that. That's kind of, it's kind of classless, you know? I appreciate the passion, but it's kind of tacky. Main character and Gachas often have different forms / elemental alignment, and an Enfield removal of the mask would probably be reserved for this kind of occasion. Well, yeah, but I mean, they could only remove the mask once, right? If they want to give other elements to the Doctor, I mean, they could. But I get what you're saying, yeah. I think they're gonna like remove one piece at a time. Like you're gonna gradually, you like gradually reveal their face. Enfield's kind of independent enough from Enmin. They probably have figured out the AIC after a few more years, but Enmin's crazy catalyst for Protocol Originium. Oh, okay. Yeah, in 2D game, you can easily create 100 characters, but in 3D, you can't do the same. So having a single main character is simple. I guess. I mean, yeah, like developing a 3D character model and then rigging animations and stuff is way more complicated than like if it's a, you know, PNG. You know what I mean? I guess is what you're getting at. Yeah. HG just has an insane amount of goodwill with the player base they can cash in to get more experiment with their more experimental with their storytelling. Yeah. You don't think Arcane will be joining us? If you read her file, she's sort of on leave, which is why she came to us. If actually still part of the Yeoman Special Task Force. Well, it says she's on leave and it says she's joining Enfield. I don't know. God, what do we think on that? Maybe that's just my bias because I really want her to join in, but I don't know. I'm just gonna use a loader right here. This works perfectly. So that connects there. I think this connects here. This goes over here. This goes here. Goes there. And this only needs to be here, right? Only one, right? This to this. And then the physical output is coming through there. I mean, I don't know how space efficient or inefficient you would consider this to be, but I feel like this kind of works. I feel like this kind of works right here. I mean, I guess I could, like... You think I can do this? I feel like this would be kind of ugly. I could just have this pipe go over here and then draw that pipe over there, but I mean, if I'm gonna do that, I could like move the entire thing over. Could I not? I feel like maybe I could. It's gonna be like ugly and not symmetrical, but is symmetry like really required? Is that a requirement? You've honored her profiles of Enfield Industries faction? Yeah, I thought so too. I thought so too. I don't know. I thought she was technically Enfield. And like, I mean, Enfield goes and helps everyone. So like she could be more working with the UWST. But I thought she was technically Enfield. Team Enfield. I don't know about that goodwill being impactful with all the doom and gloom going around. If anything, the admin involvement being considered excessive comes exactly from that crowd. I mean, if anything, people's attachment, now that I think about it, now people's attachment to the Arknight story is like partly why their brains are being completely broken by the Enfield story, now that I think about it. Does this work like this? I mean, in this case, I could just move this here. In this case, I'll just move this here, and then... What are we thinking? That looks kind of pretty. That looks kind of pretty. Yeah, I think the acid gas would come in here, right? What I need is acid gas. And wait, I feel like I lost the plot somewhere. Wait a sec. Oh yeah, I need stable environment for these two. Oh, these are kind of next to each other. Could I... What if instead of this, I just module... What if I just... Can I fit these together somehow? Can I be placed too? Oh, what the helly? Oh, it's not even inside. This is going to be super ugly and not symmetrical. I think it would be much prettier if I just wasn't obsessed with doubling up on these gas dispersion things. Because I don't even think I don't think it matters. Because like 0.1 gas per second is like literally nothing. I already have an excess of the acid gas and I have like way more. Yeah, I don't, what am I even doing? What am I even doing? He says and then commits anyway. Yeah, that's right. So if I do this, wait a sec, it's possible. Wait, it's possible. Wait, check it out. Wait, it's possible. Check it out. It's just that I need to rotate this. Oh my god. They've been consistently teasing us with alternate perspective segments in each patch. 1.1 Tong Tong, 1.2 Fong Yin, a bit of Tong Tong, 1.4 with Arcane. Oh yeah, yeah. You did play as Arcane for a little bit, I guess. Just for a little bit, before Enman showed up. Apparently Camille I haven't done Camille's story yet, but yeah, apparently he did too. Endfield survived without Enman for 10 years. I'm sure he also don't want Endfield to rely on him too much. That is kind of a theme of the story, yeah. Yeah. So that would be kind of cool. Excuse me. Important aspect of Arknights that people miss when criticizing Endfield is the presentation of the player behind the screen. In Arknights, we were at most a thought bubble influencing the Doctor. What do you mean by that? Like, trying to say what? It's like not as self-inserty, or like what's the takeaway there? The Enman is Doctor theory was something you were not aligned with for a long time, but the more you read the files, the more you believe it's possible. Doesn't Dracnus, am I saying that right, by the way? Dracnus? Doesn't he have a video about that? Doesn't he have an entire video about that theory? Yeah, for Arcane, at the end of her side quest, yeah, the Rift quest, yeah, she states that she joins Enfield and she's free of her task force duties. Yeah, like she sounds more Enfield than YSTF at this point. Like, she said she's on leave. It's not like she got fired, but she's on leave. And she's like relieved of her duties, basically. I think they're engaging audience reception to those segments for if they want to commit to longer parts of those, yeah. A lot of operators and Arknights proper only follow certain extremely limited contracts with Rhodes Island, like being a liaison or representative. They're playable, but are not full-time. Like, not full-time employees of Rhodes Island. Interesting. Way easier to swallow if you consider Endman as some sort of reconvener of the Doctor, child of Iridium as opposed to creator of Iridium. That's interesting. Yeah, like Zahi, that makes sense. Okay. Endman cannot be the Doctor because we are beyond the Cosmic Gate. There aren't two Doctors. Well, well, yeah, okay. A reconvener of the Doctor. I guess a reconvener of the Doctor is possible. Which would be interesting. But, you know, doesn't necessarily have to be the Doctor. You know? I feel like for the sake of just like, I don't know, like character, I don't know if it's a reconvener is technically a new person, just kind of based on them, which could be possible. Which could be possible. EOS field only made 10 mil according to a platform that literally uses non-numeric engagement data to extrapolate revenue. EOS tomorrow. I really don't know how I feel about this abomination that I've come up with here. I don't know how to feel about this. If anything, I can at least move these over a little bit. I feel like this is an abomination. This is not pretty at all. And, oh yeah, this is a fitting unit. Yeah, this is, oh yeah, wait, hold on. Where's my product for this, by the way? It comes out of here? No, this is here. So yeah, where's my product for this? Wait a sec. Wait, I'm lost in the sauce. Oh god, dude, it was so pretty before. I should have just kept them separate. I should have just kept them separate. Oh, it literally comes out here. Wait, this is connected to what? Hold on. Oh, this connects like this? Gas reactor to... So purification to gas reactor to solid, right? And then this? Oh god. Okay, it's pretty much done. It's pretty much done. Dude, I think symmetry and grids might be the way to go. Like, what have I really saved here? Basically nothing. I kind of want to remake it when it looks prettier. This is disgusting. You know what? You know what? It's mine. It's mine. I'm just gonna keep with it. I'm just gonna keep with it. Because it's mine. So it's gonna connect there. It's gonna connect there. These solid ones need gas. These solid ones need gas. I can do this. Oh, this is weird. Should I do, sorry, to make them separate? No, I can do this. Check me out. Check me out. Arcane unemployed joins Endfield Industries. Indefinite leave? Yeah, it's called getting fired. Okay, yeah, I don't think she was I mean, she didn't do anything to get fired. She didn't do anything worthy of being fired. I mean, she did pretty well. Maybe because she flipped out. You think maybe Summit maybe Summit filed an HR report after she accidentally killed him and got her fired? That might have been what happened. You're right. That might have been what happened. They were like, you're a liability, you're gonna get us sued. Summit's gonna sue for workers' comp. And they just let her go. Now she's joining Enfield instead. That might have been what happened, actually. Okay, so those gases, those solid to gas is taken care of. Now I have this solid to gas over here and this solid to gas over here. And both of these are going to need some Shiragen. And I can actually do this using the same splitting principle. Check me out. Check me out. Outlet. Boom. I'm going to put... This is like a really kind of a waste of space, some might say, but some people are saying this, but these are going to need pipe control ports as well. On your factory, just aesthetics max it? The gases make shit so efficient that by default? Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of regretting this. Like, it would not have killed me just to have like separate gas dispersion squares here. In fact, it would have looked even prettier because like you would have had more gas like all over the place. So... But like at this point, the idea at this point of redoing this is giving me like, is not making me happy. So if I need to nuke it, if I ever need to nuke this, then I'll make it, I'll aesthetics max. This is a good lesson for the future. This is like, you know, you learn by doing, so I'll remember in the future to aesthetics max. The looks max the factory. Reconveners are entities reassembled by Originium from ambient data. You don't think Originium is capable of reassembling precursors, especially as a form of reproduction, since we consider Enmins separate? Okay. Is there any, like... Didn't they say... like, the Originium forest that makes the Reconveners, the actual, like, memory data that it gets, isn't that... Was that, like... willingly given by the original almost? Is that what they said? Or is it something that is just like the world is like passively recording? They have so many in case of emergency break glass types they can inject into the gacha for insane profits. Probably have a couple already. Yeah, like for reconveners. Dude, the thing is, like, you know, people might be more cynical about the reconvener thing as well. Like, oh, they're just doing it to, you know, cash in on Arknight's players' attachment to the characters. But even, dude, even as someone who doesn't have necessarily attachment to the characters, I just think the premise is really cool of, like, this character that has, like, you know, this character that has this history is kind of, not reborn, because they're technically are separate entities, but it's just kind of cool. It's just really interesting. It's cool to me. And they make for cool characters in the story. Also, it could still literally be the Doctor, because the Doctor could have just walked through the gate and stayed on Talos 2. Don't think it's the case, but it's a possibility. I mean, that would... I mean, where would that leave the story of Arknights? It looks functional enough, the factory, yeah. Yeah. At this point, I think what I'm gonna do is... So what I can do... Okay, so I have this gas being made. I think this is already being limited. I think I have a limiter on this, or... No, I don't. So what I can do... What's the most efficient way to do it? Is it to... Because I can't connect multiple conduits to outlets. I wish you could. I wish you could, because then I could just put a limiter on this and then connect this over here as well. I think what I need to do is put a limiter on this and then just have a separate one. I need to put a control port like here, right? And set this to 6. And then I basically just need to split. Where can I fit one of these? I can put it just right here. Well, I can just do this. Correct? Correct? Then I'll connect this to... Is this my... It's the gas reactor globe? Yes. Arcane's on R&R. What does R&R mean? Relax and rest and relaxation, right? So it's like basically leave, like rest leave for operators. So, I mean, is she, they, like, but if she's joining Endfield, like what is she, how is she going to rest and relax at Endfield? I don't need any dead weight around my Dijon. I'm going to put her ass to fucking work. That's not how I roll. It's not good managerial style. I don't need any dead weight. Her ass is gonna be hauling crates if nothing else. If she's not gonna be doing missions, she's gonna be doing some fucking labor in my Dijon. Oh, dude, I have to move this up. Because that's not inside. Okay, easily fixed. Thank God. Kind of got worried for a sec. Let's do this. Okay. Thank God. And then, oh man, these are going to be kind of crazy though. This is just Energen. I can do this easily. I can do this quite easily. It's over here, right? I want to get Swede, whatever that means. M3 treats Endman as an agent of high importance rather than a personally close entity. I mean, didn't M3 know the Endman though? The M3 would have known the Endman. Or, yeah, M3 would have known Endman in the past. Dude, there's so much... Okay, I guess I could do a limiting... The whole limiting thing for the Energen as well, but I just don't currently see the point. Modular's the way, yeah. Okay, and then this is gonna go in here. And these are both inside. Good. Good. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, and then so... Wait, what am I doing here? Oh, wait, this... Oh, no, wait a sec. I need another one. Because this uses... Yeah, this uses Shuriken as a product, and it needs it to work, right? Oh, no, wait, not as a product. Wait, which one needs it as a product? No, this needs it to work. This needs it as a product. Oh, the gas reactor globe. Oh, these need... Oh. No, wait, yeah, I set it up here. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, these... Okay, wait, let me just do this so I don't get confused. Oh, no, wait, this is bad. So many times I said it's a lesson for later and you never follow up on it. It gets ugly immediately. I mean... like, when you start out, you always want to make it pretty, but then... Bro, not everyone can have a Yosten factory, you know what I mean? What the hell is this? What the hell is... What is coming out of here? What's going on here? Wait, I'm so confused. What did I do to myself? So the gas reactor globe... The gas reactor globe eats Shuriken, okay? So I can have a separate one here, no big deal, but this eats Shuriken, this uses Shuriken's product. What is coming out of here? The purification also goes to the gas reactor globe, so I need to do one of these. Correct? Wait, no, wait. Oh my god. I'm so lost. I'm lost in the sauce. Let me just reach out for another 20 minutes to procrastinate on this. There's a reason they launched with Lavatane? Oh yeah. As far as reconveners go? Yeah. Having reconveners kind of did what Iridium was planned to be used for in the first place. Yeah, because Iridium, as far as I know... Dude, the reason that I remember this, actually, is because it was similar to some Halo lore. If you guys know much about Halo lore, the Forerunners did a similar thing when they were being destroyed by the Flood, where they thought... Okay, so you're going to set up the Halos to basically fire to destroy all life in the galaxy or whatever, but we're gonna save the data of the species so that they get reseeded to like repopulate the species after they fire the rings. So it was a way of like keeping the people alive. So the Iridium, because they were expecting to be destroyed by the observers, I guess Arknight spoilers. So they're expecting to be destroyed by the observers, so they thought use the Iridium to store the data so they can be like reborn or they don't really die, right? So that was basically what Iridium was intended for. We already have W referenced. W, you mean Wizadel or who? Who's W? Referenced in Camille's signature weapon? So the most dumbass take on Reddit where some dude said the whole Arcane story was just about Endman saying trust in me. I mean, yeah, like just some of the worst interpretations of the story. I think this is what we mean by bad faith interpretations of the story, because This is so ugly, bro. And this is like not, yeah, this just like isn't possible. Hold on. To move this even further back. So the gas reactor globe is, yeah, it's taking this gas and this gas. It doesn't need to be powered. It just needs the products. Okay. So that's what's going on here. That's what's going on here. So this Shurigen's gonna come out. This is gonna... No, wait, no. This comes out. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, it's when we're talking about bad faith story, like, again, having, like, I was thinking when I went for a walk yesterday, I was actually thinking about this because I, you know, listened to, you guys, you know, when House of the Dragon, you guys know Alt Shift X on, like, Alt Shift X and Glidus on, for like Game of Thrones related stuff. And then also, I guess they do like Dune and whatever, but they're doing like their House of the Dragon little episodes after each episode comes out. They'll like have their little discussions and analysis and live Q&A, and there's like other Game of Thrones channels that kind of discuss the episodes when they come out. And dude, every time like when they discuss it, it's just so much more mature. Like you don't get this same, like in those spaces, you know, you don't get the same sort of culture of like, you know, people trying to like come, you know, basically everyone's like sharing the same space. And then you have the people who want to enjoy it, like trying to enjoy it. And then you have the people that like want to trash on it and hate it, doing it in like the same space. And like when it comes to the Game of Thrones stuff, I think there maybe are some channels that are kind of like basically just shitting on every episode and just being like super negative and just clowning on it or whatever. But the difference is that they're like isolated. So you don't get people coming into like the Alt Shift X Glidus streams and saying like when they're, you know, they have their little points where they're like, this didn't make sense, or maybe I didn't like this. But at the end of the day, they're like very calm and like also like doing their best to extract like the value and talking about what they liked about it and all that stuff. You don't get those like fucking, you know, unhinged individuals coming into that space and trying to like talking about how shit it is and how bad, like, you know, the Enmans, you know, are the main character this, or, you know, all of this is bad. The story is shit. Like this is awful. You don't get that. It's just a different culture with the gacha stuff where these people just, they're just so entitled to feeling like their opinion needs to be like heard by everyone. And so they go around just like trying to, as much as they can, just discussing, just in the, you know, in the spaces where people might be trying to be positive about it, feeling like they need to talk about how shit it is. And you just don't get, it's just a different culture. It's just so weird. I don't know if that made sense with a comparison to like the Game of Thrones communities, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I just scrolled up and someone said M3 is treating us like a pet right now. Actually, kind of, yeah. Yo, what's up, Phoenix? Saw a few of your videos and enjoyed them. Well done and refreshing takes from someone who enjoys the game. Keep up the good work. Yo, thank you. Pound it. Thanks, bro. And thanks for following earlier. That was like 11 minutes ago if you're still here, but thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. Glad you like the videos. Oh, man. Mr. Streamer, I see you're busy with the factory, but I have to inquire, where's the React slot? Is there anything worth reacting to? Is there anything worth slopping it up for? This will bridge this. Okay, the solid ticket. So this needs to be 6. So I can put this port here. I think, and this works, right? I basically do it like this and then 6. And then I'll do a port here. And say 6. say 6. And so, man, I don't know though. Because I'm doing this. Oh, yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Because I kind of tested it here, and I don't think that, like, using 2 gas vents is not enough to... So I'm powering 2 machines and fueling 1 for product, and I don't think it's enough. So I would need like 3 vents, maybe. Yeah, I would need like 3 vents, and then... It's so weird. It's so weird, actually. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Idea time. Idea time. What if I branch out here? If you go into any story expecting it to be slop, you're going to see a lot of slop. Too many people haven't realized this. Yeah, no, exactly. Dude, that's exactly... Wait, that's actually the exact perfect way to put my kind of also relationship with House of the Dragon. Because you know, I think House of the Dragon, like, it is really good and I'm enjoying it. I do think there are some points where you can kind of say, oh, you know, like, it would have been great to see this, or there's a certain change which detracts from some of the thematic meaning of the original. And why does this curve? It's like really pissing me off. So you could say, so I could say, like, you know, there's this, it kind of loses some of that thematic meaning that George R. R. Martin was going for. And I could say that and I could realize that, but also I'm not going into House of the Dragon like kind of looking for slop. I'm going in like kind of wanting to enjoy it. And that plays a big role in how you kind of, you know, keep watching when you have moments of like, this could have been maybe handled differently. And also, well, when you notice something that could have been handled differently, and then when you notice things that are being well done. And I do think at a certain point, a lot of it has become about ego, and you can tell when someone is basically talking about how the story is terrible for months, and like every time a new patch drops and a new story drops, they like take the time to either watch the story or they're playing the game and they play the story, and then they go and talk about how awful it is, right? Like when you're seeing that, I think that it's kind of clear how weird it is. The reason gacha games and gamers are not really respected outside their own space. Yeah, dude, it really is. I don't know, dude, the culture is just so weird. I mean, like, I guess, for example, like, those people, I mean, they haven't come to, like, my Discord, right? So, like, maybe they don't feel, you know, like, because I watched the Pixel Tree video, and I know a lot of times they're talking, like, the conversations happen in Pixel Tree's Discord. And I watched his video, and like, he's, like, way more maybe open-minded to these people, maybe, or, like, tolerant, right? And so that's why the conversations go down there. But maybe they don't feel like they would be tolerated in my Discord, for example. Which, to be fair, they probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't be. So, and maybe that's part of it. Bias cognition is a scourge these days. People seeking reasons to stick with existing disappointments instead of moving on and trying different things are a bane of their respective communities. Yeah. People that kind of love to hate more than they love to love something. Yeah. Do you remember there was the whole thing with season 8 that everybody hated it, but everyone moved on after House of the Dragon? Yeah, I mean, like, because House of the Dragon, you can just view it as like a separate project, and Knight of the Seven Kingdoms as well is another, you know, George R. R. Martin, the Song of Ice and Fire verse, or whatever you want to call it. That show was really, really well done, and the storylines are really well done in there, because it's just like a different kind of thematic, you know, representation of the world, I guess. Different themes are being explored in the same world, which makes it very interesting. So I think I have 0.6 coming into this solid. 0.6 is going to come out of this solid. Everything else will be funded as an ingredient here. And then pipe control port here. And I'll do 0.1. Wait, hold on. 12. Okay. 12. I'll do that. So then 12 will come out here. And then it'll be 12. And then boom, it'll be 6. And then it should only be 6 left, but I'll just do this just because. 6. And then what I'll do is I'll take multiple. I'll try and get 3 gas vents and connect it to this. And maybe that'll work. So I'll try and connect 3 Shuriken gas vents to this, and I think that should be enough. I think that should be enough. Because it's powering 2 machines and it's feeding products to 1. And then I'll kind of... It's so weird because the numbers are not even. So like, it's not good. It's kind of not good, but... I wonder if I can... Wait a sec. Because I'll need an outlet to feed this. This will need to be Shuriken. This will feed in here. I wonder if a pipe control... How much can I put in through here? Can I literally select like 1 per 2 seconds? That's how much it needs, right? 1 per 2 seconds. Can I literally say like what is 1 per 2 seconds converted to this? To units per minute. But yeah, also the thing about moving on after season 8, yeah, like I think people will still maybe be unhappy with season 8 of Game of Thrones, but you know, as far as like still talking about it, still hating it, yeah, or like I don't know, because again, I think like I probably avoid the channels that are just, you know, also the Dragon hate channels, you know. I just kind of avoid those. So I don't know, maybe they exist, but I don't see them. Realize a lot of people genuinely hating on the game have barely played it or not at all. Just a bunch of impressionable followers repeating CC takes. That is something that is also, I think, possible. Yeah. I think that's possible. I think there are some people, yeah, there's some people hating that probably play it and watch playthroughs and stuff. But there's definitely still like a large amount of people that, you know, saw maybe the Tobro videos and then they watch the... Didn't Kuki tell a story about how he met someone in real life who was a Tone Toss watcher and was like telling Kuki like IRL, like they were sitting in a room IRL together and Kuki was asking him questions and he was like, yeah, I just saw those videos and I just kind of accepted that as being the truth and I just never tried Enfield, never really cared because I just accepted, you know, everything that he was saying as the truth, basically. That's Kuki's testimony. So, yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. I hear people complain things like, I wish it was Chen and Arcane. With Arcane, not the Endman. You don't understand it. You could be off base, but any other game, you are the protagonist. But in any other game, you are the protagonist, period. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you are Arthur Morgan. The whole game outside the epilogue. In Zelda, you're Link. Don't get where this complaint comes from outside Endman hate. No, I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe, so like in RPGs, there's like varying levels of, how much the player impacts things versus like how much the character you're playing as is like their own character. So, you know, like I've been playing, some Cyberpunk game, or not Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red game. So I've been playing Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, and I'm also playing like Baldur's Gate 3 again, right? So in Baldur's Gate 3, it's an RPG in the sense with like, it's literally like blank slate. You determine and control like literally everything. You literally you determine like everything about the decisions, who the character are, what things they do, you know, all the decisions you make. But then you go to a CD Projekt Red game like Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk 2077, and you know, Geralt and V respectively are like they really have their own personalities and their characters, and you just kind of make decisions on certain things to do. But in like dialogue and in like certain interactions, they still express their own personality. Does that make sense? And like the things that you can choose to do will kind of not, it's not as much freedom as in like Baldur's Gate 3 what you can do. And part of that is like, I guess, a storytelling decision, and part of that is like the scope of Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of branching decision making is so massive that like you kind of have to, like in Witcher 3, that you kind of like have to just kind of narrow down a little bit what Geralt's going to do at any given moment, because you can't have like dozens of branching things going on if that's like the scope, you know. You ignored my comment. Sorry, let me scroll up, bro. Let me see. What'd you say? What'd you say? If I miss a comment and you think it's important, I think try just retype it. Just resend it. Just resend it. Here, bro. I got you. Don't worry. I got you, okay? All right. Can you share your thoughts on the people who say Fongi is closer to Mifu than Enmin? Shen saving Arcane would have made more sense. I understand you don't want to see Enmin. I don't really understand what you're asking. It's kind of... Maybe we'll circle back to that. Maybe we'll circle back to that. If Martin doesn't like the current story, he's welcome to finish writing his own. I mean, bro, that's what happens when you... I don't know, dude. I think like... I know in like Japan, for example, they have really... their copyright laws are way more protective of the original creator. So like for the One Piece adaptation, for example, Oda is the name, right, of the mangaka that made One Piece. So Oda like doesn't just sell his rights away. I guess maybe you could, but he has the option to like not just sell his rights away to the story. He's like, I'm gonna be involved in this because these like characters are my babies, and I need to make sure that any media representing them is doing it properly, right? That's something that's like an article I read, at least. I don't know. That's my understanding of the One Piece adaptation. But a lot of the times with Western adaptations or like Western media, essentially the author just sells their rights to the company, and they have zero really creative input, and the company can do whatever they want. Like with The Witcher, for example, the adaptation on Netflix, like the reason it became so shit is, I mean, first of all, I think the author didn't care as much as maybe Oda cared. He just kind of wanted the bag. But, yeah, the author essentially just sells his rights, and then the company can just do whatever they want. So... It's Arknights, plain and simple. Arknights is known for stories where the MC is not present, so Arknights players expect the endman to not be present that much either. Is it something to do with like the self-insert nature of I mean, I think the Endman is being characterized more. Maybe in the beginning, I think maybe in the beginning they were experimenting with this self-insert, almost blank slate type. But I think as we've gone further into Wu Ling, I think that's kind of being like overwritten more and more. And we're like kind of discovering more about the Endman, and the Endman kind of exerts more personality. So still not as much of like a realized character as like other characters are, but I don't know if it's just that, like, you know, the idea that they think, you know, maybe in their head they think they're being like it's slop because it's made to be like power fantasy self-insert, and they associate that with just being slop. So they just hate it. And they just think it's like, you know, appealing to lowest common denominator types. Maybe it's they feel like their intelligence is being insulted by expecting, like, because they think that maybe because they think that the company expects them to guzzle the slop, and maybe they think their intelligence is being insulted. Because remember that when most of the times when people are angry and feel offended, a lot of the times it can be traced back to like their intelligence being insulted, or them feeling like they're being like called stupid or something. It's like the fastest way to piss someone off. BG3 top RPG still? Yeah, for me too. What I was gonna do here, so this is just going in, but the thing is, okay, so one gas reactor connected to this would not be enough, because one gas extractor is 1 per 3 seconds. This needs 1 per 2 seconds. So I would need to merge two together, but then that's 2 per 3 seconds, which would be wasteful. Okay, hold on. Wait, I remember doing, hold on, wait. I remember doing this in chemistry class. Hold on. This happens so often in music industry. Sorry, which, I'm reading a past comment. Which phenomenon we're talking about happens in the music industry? Arknights is known for developing multiple storylines span across different nations at once. Mouse said that Enfield storytelling style will be different, but people can't wrap their heads around it. Yeah. Yeah, and I think we talked about kind of like how that's maybe sometimes driven by development constraints. Okay, so I need 1 per 2 seconds. So 1 unit for 2 seconds. And this port thing is in units per minute. So units over minutes. I would have to do what? Times 60 over 60? So 60 units? No, wait. Not 60. Times 30. Times 30 over 30. And that gives you 30 units per 60 seconds. Which comes out to, is your one... Did I really need a pencil and paper to figure this out? It's been a while for me. Guys, it's been a while. It's been a while. In practice, people get emotional attachment, often not with contents, but their feeling being around something. That's why former fans are the most passionate haters. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Interesting, yeah. Like the people that left Genshin, yeah, are like the most hateful, yeah, towards Hoyo. Do it's easy to ignore the Enfield haters? You only watch vids in your follow tab, so you only see content from... Okay. Okay, nice. That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. I think a lot of people just use the homepage nowadays. I mean, that's even what I do. Which, maybe you shouldn't rely too much on the homepage. I don't know. Smugslav LARPing as an Arknights elitist is your favorite arc? What's the lore there? I don't know anything about all that. What's that? What's the lore with that? I'm missing out on the lore. I like to believe the Endmen becoming more of their own character as the patches go on is sort of like a way to show the healing process from waking up, and the more stable. Okay. More stable, the more vocal. Okay, 30 units. No, I need this in per minute. Okay, yeah, wait, so this is 30 units per minute. Maybe this is actually helpful. 30 units per minute. So can I set this at 30 units per minute? I can, right? One vent is 20 per minute. 20 per minute per vent, 100 per minute total, and 2 per second pipe bandwidth. Math gets weird. Yeah. So I can set this to 30 per minute, right? And that's enough to power this. The gas reactor. This is also going to gas. I think I kind of want to just add one here. I want to add a pipe control port here just so I can keep track of this. And this should be 30 per minute. The issue is that I need to have 2 outlets here. This is literally feeding all of this. I mean, the weird thing is that now you have to ask yourself, can the pipes handle this level of volume? Is what you have to ask yourself. Oh, wait, actually, maybe it could. Because instead of maybe feeding it into the beginning, I could maybe take this and feed this into like this pipe. Or it would have to be like in this pipe, actually. So what I would do is, wait, no, this is weird. What I would have to do is move this to this instead. 30 per minute. And then what I could do is have a splitter here. And I could take the rest of this. Oh God. I could take the rest of this and then it would come through here. Oh my God, this is so ugly, bro. And then so this would come through here and kind of hit this. And then I could just... I could have a converger like right here. I have a converter come through like this. Holy fucking... Oh my God, what is going on? Is this reasonable? Is this in any way reasonable? Comparisons between Enfield and OG Arknights are very funny to you, especially comparing the first 6 months for both. Also, just like saying that, oh, like basically because they have similar like life patterns in the first 6 months. Okay. struggles keep up with the math of input-output volumes, keeping a notebook tab with requirements and numerical chart of elements can come in handy. If it comes to it, I feel like this will work. I feel like this will work. I'm vibing it out right now, but I feel like this will work. Because essentially, okay, so essentially all the gas will come out here, and then the 30 per minute will then flow into this, right? And then all the leftover will then flow into this. All the leftover will flow into this because this needs to be fed also 30 per minute, but it might not necessarily have 30 per minute if I'm taking into account having to power like all these machines. If I have like 3 vents pumping in here. So I could have like 3 vents pumping here and 2 vents pumping here. Does that work? And I would delete this. And then this would also get deleted. See, some people say Fongy is closer to Mifu than Edmund, and Mifu should have been the one who saved her. Oh. I don't really know. I don't know. Should Mifu have been there? Mifu served like a narrative purpose, I guess. To remind Fongy that, like Mifu is one of the types telling Fongy to, you know, Fongy should lean on her more. I don't know. I guess if they wanted to, they could have. I guess if they wanted to. Stuff for the future, I guess. The thing is again, you know, I can acknowledge that like, I don't know, maybe it comes down to like storytelling scope creep, or maybe it was like maybe it was more of a, rather than a creative decision, it was more of a like resources decision, you know, to not include Mifu. So I don't know. Things like I could admit, I could acknowledge that, you know, maybe Mifu being there could have been helpful. Maybe they would have had to build up their relationship more, but I also know that that's like a talking point that's used by like the haters. So to them, I would not cede a single inch, as is my policy. But amongst good faith people talking about it, yeah, I mean, I guess you could include more characters and maybe there would be something there. But I think it was okay as it was, and I think they're improving on their storytelling. So who knows what we'll see in the future. Pipes can do 120 per minute. Oh wait, if pipes can do 120 per minute. Wait, that's a lot. That's a lot. It says capacity says 5. If pipes can do 120 per minute, should I just bring this over here and just converge it in here instead? Would that be better? Rather than having to, I guess it works like this, but I guess it just works as is. Oh no, 60 per minute? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with this then. Oh yeah, there's something else I was gonna address. Yeah, this thing about, it's especially funny when Kuyakaze preaches that sentiment despite not reading stories in death, maybe the closest ones. Like, thing is, I'm more like, I don't really hold any negative sentiment towards Kuki. I know we reacted to a couple of videos one times. I don't really feel like Kuki's more of an ally. Like, thing is, if we're looking at the grand scheme of things, there's way more. Like, there's people who are like way more obviously bad faith, and I'm not telling you to, you know, what to do or what to believe, but as far as I'm concerned, I feel like Kuki's more good faith, more of a good faith ally, and there's way more obviously like bad faith, just like haters, that I'm more concerned about. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You're making a swastika with those spikes? Okay, yeah, I kind of noticed this, and I didn't want to say it, but yeah, I kind of noticed that, and I kind of want to change it now. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want anybody to, I didn't want to bring attention to it, but I kind of, yeah, I kind of want to change it, but I don't really know how to fit this together because this is just like awkwardly placed. Can I have a converger come in here like this? Does this work as a, I don't think so, right? Oh yeah, because it's over the thing, yeah. It's over this. Isn't this literally what I just had? Is this better like this? This is more, yeah, no, this is a T. Okay, we're good. Cool. Okay, fixed. Fixed. There's another group of people who say Enfield is not taking risk and that is worsening the story, and I don't understand this notion at all. Like, can stories not be risky and good? Or you mean like, can they be not risky and good? Yeah. I don't even understand what this idea of taking risk is. There was something in one of the Tobro Discord things, which was literally, this isn't pushing the bounds. This isn't challenging anyone's views. I don't really understand what that means by challenging someone's views. Like, you understand, like, people's relationships with stories are going to be different. Like, someone's views, when it comes to challenging people's views, that's like, that depends on the person's views going into it, and everyone has different views going into something. So you can't definitively say that a story's not like challenging people's views, you know? And also, when you're not even doing your own good faith due diligence of actually interpreting the story and seeing what the message is of the actual story, to be able to say what views are not being challenged. And it's really the same principle with this whole, like, it's not taking any risks, it's too safe. Why? Because there's no, like, fucking cancer epidemic, there's no racism, because you want the exact same conflicts and themes from Arknights, because the only way a story can be deep or challenging is if it deals with mature adult topics like racism and war and death, because that's the only way. That's the only way. You know? Like Avatar: The Last Airbender deals with mature adult topics more effectively than many adult shows, if we're being real. If we're being absolutely real, it conveys meanings and themes and adult things way better than many adult shows that attempt to be adult, you know? Like, you can do a side-by-side comparison with the adult Netflix adaptation that's trying to be adult by killing characters. Oh, we're so adult, that's why people are dying, but conveys themes and meanings in a magnitudes worse, less effective way than the kids' cartoon does. So, you know... And that's, guys, again, remember, that's why, like, well, let me read it a little bit more and then I'll say this other point, but let me see. Like, that's why I changed my mind. That's why when I see the exact same people who have been, you know, they go into these spaces and then for like months with every single story patch, they're saying like, this story has no meaning. This story isn't challenging anyone's views. This story isn't, you know, saying anything interesting. This story is immature. This story is shit because of its storytelling. Like, but at the same time, like, those, you know, the fact that, like, what they're doing is they're taking their subjective opinion and they're turning it into like an objective statement, right? So when you make an objective statement, like this story has no meaning, or this story isn't challenging anyone's, you know, views, or saying anything meaningful. And then all you need to do to debunk that objective statement is for me to say, okay, look, I analyzed this story. Like, all you need is your own subjective statement to counter what's an objective claim that is being made. And that's also the easiest way to look stupid on the internet, by the way. Like, you should never do this. You should never take a subjective thought that you have and then turn it into an objective claim that literally requires a subjective statement in order to debunk it and make you look stupid. So like, that's why they also get so angry, is because they attach their ego and intelligence to these claims. And all I need to do is make a subjective statement like, okay, I think this story had meaning. Like, this story had meaning to me and really meant something to me. Because like the Chingbo Stockade story, what's being said is don't let like, you know, these traumas of the past and these events of the past derail your future, prevent you from moving forward into the future. And, you know, that has meaning to me. Like, I can literally, there's like, you know, this is something that's relevant to like just even your modern everyday life. Like, literally all the time, people will take like, you know, negative past experiences and prevent them from doing something in the future. It could be literally as simple as, you know, maybe someone is made fun of for being like overweight. So now they're afraid to go to the gym because, you know, they think that everyone looks at them as being overweight, and they'll feel like ridiculous going to the gym because it just like makes them feel bad. So then that person is letting that past trauma like prevent them from doing something, you know, good for themselves to move forward into the future or whatever. And so that's relevant, and that means something, and people struggle with that all the time. Every day people struggle with that. And literally, you know, that's why I say don't engage with the haters, because for months and months, they've been making these claims, and they'll just go and shout these little fucking objective claims into the void when they've been like easily debunked, and they just look stupid doing it. They just look really, really stupid doing it. But they still do it, even though like it's been debunked many times. Like, I've debunked it, y'all will probably debunk it to them, and then they'll just come back and just keep doing it. So anyway, that's the rant. That's the rant. Should I turn that? I should make an entire video out of that rant. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. How do I even donate to you, Crying Face? Well, you're on Twitch, so if you if you want to, it's not necessary, but if you want to, it's if you scroll down on my Twitch page, there's a button to join Discord, and there's a button for Stream Elements donations. So it's on my Twitch page. That I think uses like PayPal. So, and Stream Elements alerts might be broken because Stream Elements just did that whole thing, I think, where they like transferred. I don't know if it was because they like did this whole thing where they were transferring to Razer, but my Stream Elements alerts broke. So there should be something that plays on stream if I get a Twitch donation, but it might not. I need to fix it. Cookie's a strong Arknights Enfield fan. Yeah, I think from what I've seen recently as well, it's been like I think I really disagree heavily like with the framing of so many things that were said, and like the certain, like I disagree with things that were said. Like there was the whole you know, really dogging on Enfield in the beginning. Like, I don't like Arknights Enfield. I think it's not good. I think maybe new players shouldn't play Arknights Enfield. Like literally right before contingency contract dropped, saying I don't think new players should try Arknights Enfield in a video. I really disagree. I think that was bad, like not productive. But I think in at least recently, from what I've seen, been a little bit more on board. I think it's been a little bit better. Pretty sure we'll see a shift in how Kuki treats Enfield. He definitely won't say it didn't make him feel anything, at least. Yeah. Oh, yo, thank you for the $5 tip, Atu. Oh, it's Atu? Yeah, what's up? Thank you. Thanks for the... Did you change your name? Thanks for the $5 tip. Thanks for your content. Thank you, bro. Thank you for watching the content. Yo, pound it. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Kuki has shifted a little bit in how he speaks about Enfield anyway. I think it has. I think maybe the low point was literally right before contingency contract came out saying that new players should not play Arknights Enfield, and then that one tweet where he was like offended that they didn't get him to cast or be a part of that one contingency contract tournament. Which was like kind of like a I don't know if that video played into that decision, but from the outside, I feel like I would not be like surprised Pikachu face over that. Like a surprise Pikachu face moment, you know? Kuki had good intentions for the game, but they had 9 years of experience, make everything perfect day one mindset. Yeah, like that was another like really just not great argument. And like really just like I think terrible contribution to the conversation. And there were a ton of really bad faith people. Like the thing is, I think someone said that he mentioned this explicitly, but Kuki noticed that like basically the things that he would say were like hijacked and taken by really bad faith actors in order to support like calling Enfield terrible in a bad game. So maybe he's become more aware of like his words or how he describes things. Like that 7 years of experience line was just such a terrible arc, and I haven't heard it recently, but just such a brainless argument. But I mean, I debunked it in my video, but you know. Every time people are saying the story doesn't challenge something, they only want it to challenge things they don't like. Well, again, it's like the story can have meaning outside of like, you know, racism bad, or like look at how bad this like war and discrimination is, you know. I mean, I'm not saying that's like kind of a reductive way of describing Arknight's story, but I'm just saying that like there are different ways to convey meaningful ideas and themes, right? Than just doing what like has been done in the past. Just doing the same thing that what Arknights did. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't that Moose? Oh, was that Moose? The don't play Arknights Enfield. I think both of them said it. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I know for sure Moose did say it, but I think Kuki also said it. Yeah. Avatar: The Last Airbender is so goated with how it tackled mature themes while staying kid-friendly. Like the whole nation getting genocided. Yeah. Yeah, like it didn't, like, you know, Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know, it didn't need to show, like, the Netflix adaptation was like, we need to show people getting, like, burnt alive. Like, we need to show people getting, like, torched. And that's adult, right? Like, we need to show the like, but Avatar: The Last Airbender didn't need to, like, show that stuff. It still tackled very, like, adult things. And, you know, a lot of the thematic lessons in some of these characters, I mean, it's still very adult. It's very real life. It's still very, very relevant in Enfield characters. He baits people with his video titles and thumbnails, then acts surprised when people say he's a hater. I don't know. I don't remember the titles and thumbnails as much. It's not hijacked when he purposely framed his statements in a negative connotation. He's not guilt-free. Yeah, like, I think that's what I mean when I'm saying I'm not afraid to say I disagree with these statements, like telling new players not to play Arknight's Endfield, especially the timing of it, which is like, you know, there was like some people were thirsting for more like content or game modes or something, but like right before contingency contract, we're like jumping on that narrative and then saying new players shouldn't play Arknight's Endfield. Like, yeah, I know. But I'm also not on like the fuck Kuge Kaze train. I don't, you know, like I said, there are plenty of like obviously bad faith haters. I don't think Kuki is one of them. That's just my media literacy interpretation. You think he's just bad at wording stuff? Possibly. He gave too much leeway to haters. As you say, his takes were literally used by bad faith actors as fuel for the fire, but he kept saying the same things anyway. Yeah. I think I'm basically ready to plug my Shiranite in. Or no, the issue... Actually, I can't really do it yet because I need to have these other things running right now. I may be at a point where I just need to let the components run for a few days. I just need to maybe let this run for a few days. It's like... It should be making 1 per 10 seconds, maybe a little less than that. And then I can go all in on Paralite parts. So actually it's probably, yeah, I don't know what's going on, but that'll just be made. And then when I can delete this, I can reroute this Shiragen. I won't be needing this well, yeah, I won't be needing this to be making Shiranite. I can reroute this over here, and that should work. I think for now I'm just playing the waiting game on that. You're long tired of these people saying the dumbest shit, 0 brain cells behind their takes, and they expect to be taken seriously. Yeah, I think oh yeah, I see you in YouTube as well, bro. Yeah, yeah. I think when talking about the that was earlier when we were talking about the haters and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, also death needs to have genuine emotional content. Characters dying for shock value is trash. Look at Askeladd's death in Vinland Saga. That's worth something, not just death for death's sake. Yeah, I think a lot of the times, I mean, that was another thing I just disagreed with Kuki's like review of the story, which is like he was kind of like begging for characters to be killed because he kind of thought that's, you know, that's how the story is like maybe serious and emotional, and like there's no stakes otherwise if characters aren't being killed. So he was like begging for, you know, Ardashir to die or something, like, or just characters to start dying. And dude, that's something that Draknus said in that lore podcast yesterday, which is that Arknights, OG Arknights, is like extremely reluctant to kill its playable characters. Like he literally said, so this is me quoting him because I haven't fully read the story yet, but he said that I think there was maybe one other character, but also I think he said there's maybe two characters. One of them was Calcit, who was also revived. So if Arknights isn't killing its like playable characters, why is there all of a sudden Endfield is like pussy because it's not killing all of its playable characters? Because like Fong Yi should have died, and you know all these other characters should have died. Like all of a sudden Enfield's pussy for doing that when like Arknights could tell its story perfectly well without slaughtering all of its playable characters. You know, he makes videos while streaming, so the chat always has some influence on his videos. You think, is the chat literally like, yeah, that's, I don't know. The live action of Last Airbender is a child's understanding of what an adult show should be. Yeah. Yeah. It's tragic. It's tragic, you know, when your favorite franchises are getting slaughtered, but it is what it is. It is what it is. We'll always have the original. No one can ever take the original away from you. No one can ever take away the original. Volps, were you able to get into the Silver Palace CBT? No. No, sadly not. I was not able to. Yeah, I shot my shot in a Twitter post.
A drop of blood
And that's the best I can do. I don't have any like connections or anything, so I think Pixel Tree did not get in either. So like if he didn't get in, I'm not getting fucking noticed. I'm not getting noticed by anybody. I had a few Silver Palace videos that I thought did well, like discussion videos that I thought did well, and I would have probably been making more of them, but I didn't get access, so. And I was thinking about, you know, I think I still might have some discussion videos, but now I have to go and watch other people's gameplay, and it's more work compiling all the info. So, and like, I feel like the hype kind of died down anyway for Silver Palace CBT, so. Oh well. Oh well. At the very least, I think we at the very least, I think we can fix Kooky, but not so much others. I don't know if I would say like I don't know if I would use the words like I can fix him, but but I get what you mean. Oh my, wait, sniped. Holy.
Now, you're in command.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is like, you know, Kooky is someone who I would, you know, watch his takes and then disagree. Even if I disagree with most of it, again, I would not, like, I don't, you know, I'm not like engaging as directly with the haters as much. You know what I mean? Should I use this before I use the skill here? Maybe that was a waste. Dang, wait, Rossi kind of. Oh dang, wait a sec. Okay, for some reason my thing stopped picking up chat messages. That's weird, but it's back. Let me use my phone for a sec. He's too kind to realize that his views were being used in bad faith, but now I think he gets it. It took him a while though. That's good. Well, you know the reason why bad faith actors, like, I think specifically for someone like him, we've talked about this before, but specifically for Kooky, the reason why bad faith actors are very eager to use him is because people who are seen as like an authority, like usually sometimes the most popular creators who are seen as like maybe an authority of that game, people actually like to see them criticize the game more than they like to see, like, you know, the haters criticize the game, right? Because if you're going to like a hater's channel, you know, like it doesn't really mean as much. It loses like the sharpness, right? But it feels more like if you're just sitting there preying on the game's downfall, wanting it to die, it feels like the game is actually dying when the people who should be liking the game and enjoying it and talking positively about it are dooming it, right? It feels, it gives you more of that impression of like, oh yeah, like the movement is working, brothers. We are killing this game. This game is dying. As like we are doing it. You know, the crusade is working, right? But if it's just like a hater who's just like farming, it's just like, oh, okay, it's just, you know, he's just farming. That's just what he does, right? That's kind of like the effect. Remember the principle. This is another thing from Dr. K from Healthy Gamer, but the principle is that the internet loves a delta. So anytime a pendulum swings from one extreme to the other, the delta is in like the difference, you know, like in math, the delta, the change. So when there's a delta, it's more entertaining versus if it, you know, there's not. So that's why. That's the principle. Can we get some React slop on the 15 minutes of Kuki's live stream talking about Tobro? Oh yeah, you want to see some React slop on that? We could slop it up. We could slop it up a little bit. Do I go for the extra one here? I do have 3 cards left. You have 3 cards left. I feel like that's greedy. You know what? Fuck it. Oh wait, does that use? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Good. Oh, here we go. It worked. Worked in our favor. Yeah, we could slop it up maybe. We could slop it up. Are you talking about specifically the stream from a few days ago? I like a little slop every now. I say every now and then, but it's kind of becoming a regular thing, isn't it? I think Kuki said at the end of his recent stream that he now wants to stop making divisive videos and focus on creating stronger communities for both OG Arknights and Endfield. Okay. Okay. I think a lot of people that from Arknights community that ended up not liking Endfield rallied behind him because he's big in Arknights and was negative on the game for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that's an accurate assessment. Oh yeah, and Ron Yi and Tata. So yeah, like characters do die. Like if that's what, you know, OG Arknights does, which is killing like, you know, non-playable characters, just like important NPCs, then yeah. We've lost some NPCs. And both of those did carry some meaning actually, Tata and Ron Yi. Kuki's definitely not malicious. He has good intentions, just failed to convey his intentions early on. Okay. Lowlight said Enfield was his dream game, so I believe he'll do whatever it takes to make it banger. That's nice. You like to see it when the devs, yeah, when it's like the devs are actually, if the devs are making something they love,
This is my chance to
right, rather than you know, corporate driven focus group driven slop. Dude, I think there's something behind this team, right? Because I can then use this skill, and then I can also use Rossi's skill to strip those away. And if that guy had stayed alive, that could have continued the rotation with another Camille skill or something. Let's do it. Slop it. Yo, you know, guys, the channel anthem, the channel, or like, you know, how You know, in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, the houses have like their house words. I think if our channel has like house words, it should be like slop it up. Let's slop it up. And if you guys don't know the reference, let me pull up this reference really fast so that everybody can be in on the joke, in on the know. Let me pull this up. Hold on, I want to find the right clip. Hold on, sorry.
Oh, can I hold?
Okay, here it is. And then maybe we'll watch the kooky part that y'all were talking about. Anyway, those are our channel words. Those are the channel words. Let me maybe before we slop it up, I kind of want to try playing this game mode as well, and then we can slop it up. Because I think if we slop it up, I'm not gonna come back and play this. Okay. Cookie's crash out was great to see in the beginning of that stream. It was, yeah. Like the first 30 minutes or something. Was it the one that, or is there a different one? Is it this one, the Endfield 1.4 completionist today, or is there a different one? Or is there a different one? Actually, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I did watch it already, I don't know how much is there to react to in there? I forget. Look at the Valley 4 incident. We see people are dead in Yvonne's quest, but if it was Arknights, we will see them dying while doing the story. Okay. Yeah, the completionist stream. Okay. Okay, maybe we'll try watching it. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if the story's important here. Okay, so there's this, and then there's maxed mode. Okay. Each of the controlled operators' final strike applies one vulnerability stack to the target. SP recovery's faster. Operator combo skill cooldowns much faster. Ultimate gain increased. So do they... That'll can only be fought with a team of up to 2 operators. Either choose custom team to add your own or choose system team. Should we try the system team first? How dare you, Volp? How dare I what? How dare I what? Oh, the skipping the story? There was a little lore? Oh. Maybe this is why I can't be a lore master. What did I miss? What did I miss that was important? I feel like this team applying vulnerability on basics would be fun with Mifu as well. Maybe I'll try Mifu on the hard mode. Oh nice, we're using S-Space salvage.
Let's do this together, lads.
So what are we talking here with the cooldowns? It is pretty fast. Okay, yeah.
Shows over.
Yeah, it's kind of just like skill spam, right? I think the thing I'm most interested in here is like if this is truly a co-op. If this is like a co-op beta, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you think this would work if you had another person playing the two other characters off to the side? It also just like, it gives you less to think about, right? It kind of gives you less to think about. It kind of, I mean, you also do have the,
No second chance.
because you're crushing, yeah. Try Tong Tong on this mode, it's super insane. Are these modifiers this, well, probably the vulnerability isn't going to be the same, but not like we want to see your surprise face of what Kugu's saying. It's fine if you watched already. Okay. Okay. Good to know. This is vulnerability. This is one vulnerability. Where operator plays Arts Infliction? Another one? Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah. That'd be cool. Yeah, this would be cool. Okay. Alright, sure, we can watch. We can watch. We can slop it up. I just refresh my tokens. Let me do this before I get kicked out. This is 5.
Be of Therian will. Move high up the path ahead. Distract them.
How can the enemy turn the...
Dailies that take forever, by the way. Dailies that take forever, by the way. Alright. Alright.
There's something to push.
I think some of this Cookie's reacting to like a video that we didn't actually react to this one the other day, actually. So this will be new.
Just seeing this.
This will be new. All right, does it look good? Does it look good? PS5, there's a setting for crossplay multiplayer already? Oh, really? Exposed as a LARPer? One of the lore is about one of the heroes of the first Agloy War? Oh, interesting. You don't understand? You must do the depot deliveries every single day? It doesn't feel like a co-op beta. It's much more like high-octane action since there aren't many synergies you need to think about, you need to think of, and you're constantly spamming battle and combo skills. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Just the thought is that, you know, if they take 2 characters away and then like give those 2 characters to another player, so it's still a team of 4, but instead of because we've talked about this in gacha games, like, you know, because you're controlling 4 characters, like rather than, you know, even if there's 1 character on the screen or you're like controlling 1 character, let me restart. Like, yeah, instead of controlling 1 character with like 2 or 3 abilities, you're controlling, let me restart again. Mods, let's just wind that back. Instead of controlling 4 characters, each with 2 to 3 abilities, it's like controlling 1 character with like 12 to 15 abilities. Does that make sense? So if you take away 2 characters from your 4-person team, then you're like taking away, you know, things that you're supposed to, like, one, it's like having the amount of abilities you have access to. So in response, it's saying like, okay, here's an extra modifier, like here's like a vulnerability stack on normal attacks. Here's an extra arts infliction. Here's like faster SP so you can do more things, you know? So it could make up for that detriment if you were to like split a team in half and have it be co-op. Anyway, nice tangent. Okay, let's check this out, man. Again, let me know about volume. I think with Kooky, I think this needs to be full on YouTube. To max out the YouTube. I might even need to turn it up through OBS. Kooky's volume settings are like lower than mine, so
Anything. Do I need to read this? Here are some
just let me
actions
know.
I've
Just let me know.
taken in the past few weeks in my effort to make sincere changes.
Alright.
Appointed 5 new mods, some of whom have been the most critical voices in my community of my behavior to steer my server's directions to be more constructive and balanced than they've been previously.
This was apparently at the beginning of this year, like in February, apparently.
Codified some more robust guidelines for the new mods with the goal of maintaining the improved atmosphere and ensuring it isn't short-lived. On a more
And yeah, Tobro did play the tech test. Yeah, that's good to know going in.
level, I took an overdue tolerance break from my ADHD medication on the advice of a psychiatrist because I felt they weren't working as well as they did before. After resuming them, it turns out a tolerance break might be one of the best things I've done for my mental health in years. I've forgotten how much more stressful and exhausting every day shit was before being diagnosed. Oh, I didn't realize he was medically diagnosed with conditions. So like, if you are, then why are you online? Also join I Am Chaotic's project, in which the golden rule for creators is zero drama and toxicity. And any creator starting it would be booted
By the way,
out.
does anyone have context for this like project thing? Is this like one of those like streamer gangs? You know, like the streamer gangs where they're like all in a clique and they just kind of make content together and collab together and stuff, like the OTV or whatever it's called. Those like streamer houses. Not that they will all live in the same house, but it's like a gang basically, or like not a gang, like a clique or whatever. It's just a Discord server where there's supposed to be no doom posting. Does it like have rules for the individuals? Like Like if you join this, then is it like, you know, if you join, you have access to collab, like easy collabs, but you can't make this kind of content, or you can't have Doom. Is it Doom posting? This one says the golden rule is zero drama toxicity, and any creator starting it will be booted out. So it feels like one of those, you know, things with rules and stuff.
I just need to let you all know that I have nothing against Chaotic, but Chaotic has everything against me.
I also
And
don't know
I've
who this
always
is.
tried to-
I also don't know who this is. So I have
Try
no.
to like
I don't know who that is. So
understanding Chaotic's point of view why, and like even if he wants to collab and work together, I absolutely don't fucking mind. But he hates my guts because he thinks that I'm spreading drama and toxicity, which I'm like, you're telling me you're okay with Tobo and you're not okay with me. Like, are you okay? You know, we genuinely entered very heated arguments about this, like between me and Chaotic, and like
it's a CC cult. Well, not a cult, but it's like, you know, it's like a, I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know if it's still a thing, but Chaotic tried to organize a group of creators where they'd be positive and constructive in their videos with no toxicity allowed. Okay. They're trying to make a non-do posting server after what happened during launch. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition is of toxicity, because, you know, is like, you know, addressing things that people are saying, is that considered toxicity? You know, like I think we do our best. Maybe sometimes, you know, we as in like me and my community, or y'all, or you know, whoever, in our Discord or in our stream or whatever. Like I think we do our best to talk about ideas and not like make it ad hominem. I think maybe sometimes we fail, but I think we do our best. So like, I don't think it's toxic to like address ideas that people have. So if the rule is like, I don't know what the rule was, but, or what the definition of toxicity was. In all fairness, I wouldn't really create a toxic video or content piece, just talk about some nonsense in his Discord, got a vid made about him. I mean, the timeline on this, the timelines are all jumbled up on this, by the way. Like this was like written in February, and this Discord thing would have been also like near February or something. So I don't even, the timelines are all messed up on all this.
He kind of still like, he doesn't stand by Tobo anymore. He just stands by no nonsense, which I respect.
No nonsense. That's funny. Anyone can join. Oh, the server.
Which he thinks I contribute to that. But like, in the first place,
So I just said that thing about no ad hominem. I looked at chat and someone typed, "Bro swapped his schizophrenia meds for M&Ms long ago." Damn it. Someone reset the count. Days since nonsense. Days since we had nonsense. Someone reset the counter. Damn it.
before he was in this, like, I don't take anyone's side's position, he was siding Tobo a lot, and I didn't understand him. Because, like, why are you okay with someone who's saying things that are not good for the game? You know? Like, I'm sure Chaotic wants success for Griffline and for Endfield.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, I guess Kuki has walked this back, but to be fair, Kuki was saying that new players shouldn't play Organized Endfield, which I don't think is good for the game either, but to be fair, but I think he walked it back, so anyway. I was gone for an hour. What did I miss? We just started React Slop, so welcome back. Welcome back.
And, like, do you think that what Tobo is doing is that? You know, that was something I just couldn't understand from him. So, Like, I just want to openly say this. Like, if Chaotic somehow sees this, I do not, like, dislike the guy in any way. Like, in genuine fashion, like, I would love if we all grow as a community together. Because he's also part of it. It's just, why? Like, it's the same as...
True. W wholesome Enfield Arknights community.
Like, the people who defend Tobo.
True.
You know, like, some of Tobo's good friends.
I'm not gonna read that message, but...
Before Tobo was around, I used to be good friends with someone like Zyra Tian, who used to be part of the Twitch community. She doesn't stream anymore, but I'm like, I don't really understand why she keeps siding Tobo when it's like, what would Tobo do for you as a friend? Will he look out for you? Will he like listen to you? Is he gonna be like someone that like I don't understand.
I don't know who he's talking about here either.
Like, what do they see in him that is so good?
I mean,
I'm not saying to see
did I miss the name of it?
You as a friend. I understand why she keeps who used to be part of the Twitch. Before Tobo was around, I used to be good friends with someone like Zyra Tian, who used to be part of the Twitch.
I didn't catch
she doesn't
it.
stream anymore, but I'm like, I don't really understand why she keeps siding Tobo when it's like, what would Tobo do for you as a friend? Will he look out for you? Will he
You'll
like
have semi-anonymity? Anonymity?
Like, I don't understand.
So we're gonna be less graceful when we type shit out? Yeah,
Really?
well.
Like, what do they see in him that...
That's
is
understood.
So I'm not saying to see something like
That's
me
understood.
or anyone else. It's just, what do you see in him?
I'm also not saying to, you know, I'm also not policing anybody either, because, you know, sometimes it's just funny, but, you know.
All that said, I'll make one thing clear. I don't intend to stop being critical of things I like. Fair. I'm not against that. And my content is not suddenly going to pivot into forced hope mixing or whatever. Fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with what he says there. I think this was said in February, by the way. What I will change is the horrible attitude I was infecting others with and missing the forest by the trees by focusing way too hard on specific.
As I remember, you only said that Enfield has a very big content drought. Does anybody remember? Can anybody confirm one way or another? I could have sworn there was some mentioning of new players should not play Arknights Enfield. I could have sworn there was some mentioning that. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe this is my Tobro didn't play the tech test moment. Moose said not to play Enfield? I know Moose said it. I thought Kugi said it too, but...
This was said in February, by the way. Like I've said before, I don't blame me if you don't trust me, because I've said I changed my behavior and then didn't. All I can do is try to prove over time, but hopefully this convinces at least some of you that I'm taking it seriously and genuinely trying to do better. Namaste. February, yeah?
Oh, wait, this... Oh, I remember where this leads into now.
Pedophiles not happy about my tweet. Turns out pedophiles don't like being called pedophiles. That's crazy.
I'm looking.
I should call them pedophiles in the video I'm going to make. They let them call themselves that? Yeah, no, they do, but they don't call themselves the word pedophile. It's like when people say, no, I'm not racist, I just don't like them. Gremlin character. Got embarrassed when she realised it was Emin. Illiterate. There's no hope for these people. There really isn't. Pedophiles, all of them. Anyway.
By the way, this is peak React slot, by the way. We got three streamers and three chats on the stream. Are you guys happy? Are you guys happy? This is peak React slot.
Can I just say, in my 6 years of playing this game, or streaming, like even when talking about serious problems, I feel I've never felt ever the need to say the word pedophile on my fucking stream.
This was Supa's video? This is Supa's like compilation?
Huge day for Epstein fans, and then all this gaggle of pedophiles just...
He calls Rossi fans Epstein fans. What the fuck? I'm seeing this for the first time.
fans, and then
remember him saying he wouldn't recommend people to play Enfield in one of his early vids? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like I said, I think we're past that now. I think we're good now. I think we're good. I think we're healing. I think we're good. I think we're healing. React drama slap? Guys, it's not drama. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not drama. It's not drama. I don't know what you're talking about. This is not drama.
This gaggle of pedophiles just descends on me to like all the replies to my tweet. I love her. Damn, I guess I'm an Epstein fan now. Yes! Yes, you fucking are! You fucking child molesting piece of shit.
One liar. When people are like that, right? I'm like, I genuinely get more suspicious of you than about
Dude,
the people you
this
talk
is
about.
this is what I was saying this, you know, that we were talking the other day, but it just feels like such a self-report. It really does. It just feels like a self-report, you know? Like I'm not making any I'm not going to make any accusations like the other way. I'm not going to say that, you know, he's a pedophile. But like, you know, it just is like uncomfortable. It just creates like an uncomfortable atmosphere when like no one was really you know, uncomfortable or thinking about that before. It's just kind of weird. It's kind of a weird like thing to obsess over. I don't know. I'm going to make an AI slop reaction video to this video, so it's quadruple slop with AI slop added in. Quintuple slop.
Because why do you keep thinking
Waiting to see one of us in the other chats? Yeah, guys, this is going to be a really bad look for you guys. Thing is, I recognize names that are showing up here. Like Bluey.
about it? Like, I'm not thinking about this on a fucking stream basis. Why do you keep saying the word?
Jim.
Are you one yourself?
Caught. Hear you change after the 1.4 story? Yeah.
Child molesting piece of shit. You probably look at a primary school and think it's a buffet for pedophiles. I'm sure pedophiles look at a primary school and think it's a fucking buffet. What? Can we please?
So weird, bro. This is just so weird.
Pedophiles.
Oh, dude, it's just cringe, bro. Like, I think what you're seeing on this part of your screen over here, on this left part of your screen, is just like the uncomfortable cringe. It's just so uncomfortable, and it's like it just makes you cringe. Not the good kind of cringe either. I was talking about the other day, like not the kind of cringe where it's like get up and be embarrassed and dance with everybody on the dance floor. Don't sit in the corner and be weird. Don't be like alone in the corner. This is just like uncomfortable. And this is just, I feel like it's just the natural reaction to like people that talk like this and act like this.
Why? Sorry.
Just in time
why
to react.
is he saying this in an Endfield stream? Why?
Dude, it's not even an Enfield stream. It's just why are you saying it at all? I don't know, dude.
The only reason they say this is because they don't get shit beaten out of them in the streets.
This is an old video. I don't know the timelines on this. This kooky stream is from a couple days ago. No, a few days ago.
Why are you taking out on Enfield? Why don't you take this out on like every game or every media? And like, why don't you start a movement? Why are you doing this as a mini fucking AK Enfield content creator?
I have some thoughts on this. I don't know how deep I should get into this. I don't know. I don't know how deep I want to get into it. Like, just uncomfortable, bro. Just so uncomfortable.
11 replies, and most of them are pedos. My face when people can't differentiate fiction from reality. My face when people don't understand that being attracted to children is morally wrong. Crazy how child molesters have found this tweet. You are protecting those fictional characters.
He tweeted it himself. Why is he tweeted that himself?
Just don't call people PDS for liking a child character. Yeah, I mean, like I said this the other day, but you know, I never once looked at Rossi and felt like uncomfortable or felt like there was anything uncomfortable going on. I don't know why there's such an obsession with it, but it's just a character, kind of just normal, you know. Is it like if you see a character's knees or something? Like if you see a character's knees, then it's like, you know, should I pull up like Avatar: The Last Airbender and you see, you know, if you see like Katara's knees, is it like over? You know? Is it like the show is made for pedophiles? Like I just like don't understand, you know?
Self. Oh my god.
Characters real good.
Like the people crashing out over Pragmata. This is okay, dude. I'm trying to think like. Because I don't know how political I want to get is the thing. You know, I don't know how political I want to get. It's just like, Pragmata was good. Just listening to what he says gives me secondhand embarrassment. I mean, yeah, it's kind of just embarrassing. It's just like
Dagger Pugio, just let this be said on the record. I can say for
this is such a weird thing to say to somebody too.
Dagger Pugio is a pedophile.
This whole like, it's so like this obsession with like calling people pedophiles is just.
And has
Streams like this. Who streams like this?
I'm a sucker for found family stuff. Or yeah,
I cannot believe this.
Found family, I think, is one of the best. Found family is such a good like storytelling framework. I mean, you know, Avatar is like found family. There's like found family and you know, like the Cunning Hares and ZZZ, right? I don't know. One reason I like Endfield Industries also to me had like found family feelings to it, just because you know there were certain characters like Perlica who was, I think she was picked up when she was younger, and because like there was some tragedy or something, and she kind of joined up, and it kind of became like a home for people, and the people there kind of became like a family. You get that feeling, right? So found family's good. I don't think you need to get political. We can all agree saying it's unhinged. Yeah. Yeah.
He goes around calling his own viewers what?
self-reported.
People virtue signal on Twitter because it's easy. Those people that claim to care about children will never do anything to help real children get abused, but they will scream loud on X. Yeah, it's kind of like, that's the thing, right? Like, yeah. Like the thing that you think you're doing something, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's like the virtue signaling is sometimes pretty strong, but I mean, it's a serious topic. Like, so that's why it's so hard. It's like very nuanced, right? It's so extremely nuanced because it's so serious, but
He is attracted to drawings of children. Please keep him away from your children.
So descriptive.
Oh, dude.
From your family members. Please, he is a danger to society.
You know,
Like
when
Tong and
people
Mifu's
ask
story
me,
in Friendship
why am I
a
so
lot?
against
Yeah.
this guy? Why am I like the drama farming? My answer is, can we do everything in our power to not let a person like this fucking coexist with us?
Dude, that's why I keep saying it's not drama. Like, kind of unironically, I really don't view it as drama. Maybe people do, but like, to me, as drama is like when it gets like personal, and there's like personal attacks. But there's not really any personal, I'm not really making any personal attacks on anybody. It's just like I'm addressing things that are being said. So the idea that, like, you know, people can kind of vomit whatever they want out into the void, but as soon as you address it, it's like drama. That's kind of like, isn't that the nature of, like, you know, human like language and discourse and conversation? Isn't that like the nature of society? Isn't that what societies do? Like, people say things and then you can respond to those ideas. I don't even think that's drama as a thing. I don't think that's drama.
Like, why are people citing a guy who's like this? How is any of this normal?
Good, thank you for self-reporting. You are keeping society safe. This game is Woowa. It has
This game is Woowa.
decided to forego any sense of nuance or things happening or interesting story or
Look, the very insightful review, by the way, this insightful critique of, let's just listen to the words being said. This is the very insightful critique, by the way, of the story.
things happening or to society safe. This game is Woowa. It has decided to forego any sense of nuance
So this game is foregoing nuance.
or things happening
Or
interesting story or
interesting story. That's our critique of the storytelling.
overarching themes, and it
Overarching themes.
instead has become harem slop.
Harem slop. That's our professional critique. That's what a professional critic sounds like. That's what a mature professional critic sounds like, by the way. And that's why I say, guys, it's not worth giving credibility to the haters, because, you know, they'll look at a story that has meaning, right? And maybe if you know, it's fine if you subjectively don't like something, but then they go and they want to make objective statements about how there's no interesting storytelling or overarching themes or whatever, and it's just harem slop. This is not critique. Like, we got to get that. We got to get that through. Like, if we're thinking about critique and criticism, the difference between critique and criticism, this is just not critique. This has never been critique. People love to call their like whining and complaining critique because it's like, it's French and it sounds fancy. But
I know that's a bit of a cliche to say, but it is that. In fact, no, Woowa is respectable, more respectable than
I don't know why he's only playing about Rossi since Leafong is okay. Yeah, I don't know. Tackling person's takes is not drama. Making judgments of person's character is closer to drama. Yeah. Yeah. Now that I played 1.4, I don't know why anyone would view it as harem slop. Because, like, you know, there was like one moment where Arcane blushed. But by the way, when Arcane blushed, it was also like, I think the interpretation was there that the Endman had just said you have a fever. So like when I saw that, I was like, this is like a fever thing, but maybe the devs are kind of trying to have their cake and eat it too, or I don't know. I don't know what that was, but I know that those are moments that are taken to be like harem slop. And also because there was a moment where the Endman rested her head on their knee or their leg or whatever. For the female Endman, it was like a lap pillow is the professional term. But then for the male Endman, it was just like on his knee or something. So
is in that regard. And Enfield has
feels like I'm listening to someone who's intentionally trying to sound as insane as possible. I don't know, dude.
decided no, and it's yes, the Endman.
He doesn't play Ua, by the way. I just want to remind everyone, he's saying all this, but he also doesn't play Ua.
No, my Endman, my hero. Oh, it's just a little girl meeting a hero. Yes, sure, dude. Definitely.
This was Supa's video, right? I didn't
Thought her
watch it,
cheeks were
but
flushed
Supa
because she had a
seemed to have done
fever.
beautiful-
Yeah. Yeah. You can see that people play a lot of different games. Yeah. If I had a desire to make a bingo card of your critique, then it's not a good critique. Yeah, it's got so many. I mean, like I said, I mean, I ranted about this earlier, but just the idea that, you know, if you maybe you subjectively don't like the story, but then you want to make all these objective statements about how it has no overarching themes, there's no interesting storytelling, you know, there's nothing there. It's, but then, you know, the thing is, like, the reason these people, the reason they get so upset and they get so mad, I'm not even just talking about him specifically, but you see a lot of people that act like this, and it's you know, it's so avoidable because, you know, they kind of do it to themselves, where, like I was saying, they wrap up their ego and intelligence into their ideas by turning subjective statements into like objective claims. And then when somebody comes and like argues against their objective claim that they made, then to them it's like an attack on their intelligence. It's an attack on their ego. So they get like it becomes super personal, and they get super offended, and then they start, you know, then they start directing all this like negative feeling towards the community or the game itself, because like their intelligence has been made to feel small, and it's just so avoidable. It's so avoidable. It's like such an issue when it comes to talking about ideas. This is something else that I said, you never see this in like those House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones channel culture and those like live Q&A discussions and stuff. You never really see this where, you know, those creators, those people are like taking their subjective experience and then proclaiming it as like an objective reality. And I mean, there's this whole like spiritual side to this, and the, you know, like the Buddhist or Hindi teachings, wisdom, the whole idea of like everything is like your subjective reality is not real, and a lot of times we like paint our bias paints our perception of things, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, but yeah, it's just like this whole problem when it comes to discourse about, especially with gacha games. People are just so insistent on saying their subjective experience is like an objective reality, right? And there's really no way to make someone, like, the fastest way to piss someone off is to insult their intelligence, and like and kind of like disagreeing or saying that their objective reality is false is like a way of doing that. So it's just, I don't know, man. Harem Slap was the beginning where Perlica and Fong Yi were tag teaming Endman and requiring them to rest. Real and true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there was the princess carry and the lap pillow. Yeah. Yeah. So it just becomes Harem Slap because of that. Critique is good because I am right, and I am right because my critique is good. Yeah, exactly.
Compilation on him. What the fuck? I cannot believe I just watched that. I cannot believe I just even watched a compilation like that. Like
most frequent reason for people to tie their taste to their self-esteem is a lack of either. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just so unnecessary. Nobody asked nobody like asked is requiring or asking anybody else to tie their taste to their self-esteem. But people, for some reason with gacha games, people do it all the time. People do it all the time.
How do you even say the word pedophiles more than 5 times in a stream? Or like in your collective? I do not even think the worst of YouTube creators talk like that. Oh my god. I'm reading this now. It's so fucking cool how it's just the meta to treat me like I'm not a human being and just a nebulous entity to shit on everyone now and then for internet points. 6 people hugged him. Even people who are otherwise capable of nuance and critical thinking would just be like, lol, fuck that guy, am I right? High five. I get it, dude. I really do.
Reminded of a story where your friend's brother was working as a parking lot attendant, had to put boots on cars. He made a comment that when you boot a car, suddenly they turn into a lawyer. This reminds you of that. Everyone is an intellectual critic. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just extremely hard to give a shit when I'm being vilified and called Tectones into this 2.0 without doing a fraction.
The thing is, like, like we've had this discussion, but true critique is just really difficult, and it's really hard. It's very difficult to get right. And like a real critique is, like, for the most part, I would say it's not like coming on as strong, like those like Hobro videos or whatever. Like, they're not coming on that strong trying to convince you that something is like shit and bad, right? And especially like a professional critic would never insult the people that that enjoy that thing. They would never ever say like, oh, you know, the Kurobots are the slop guzzler, low IQ slop guzzlers, you know, and this game is being made for the Kurobots who are just stupid people, who are just low IQ, just like, you know, droolers, drooling all over their keyboards, or the Hoyos who are the low IQs. This game is being made for those people, and it should be made for me, the intellectual gacha gamer. Like, that's just not right, you know. And a lot of time, like, I think one of the problems too is, you know, I always talk about how people can dislike the game or whatever and speak their opinion, but just, you know, just as soon as you start just insulting, you start generalizing and insulting people like that, man, it's just not chill, man. That's just not cool. And then, I don't know, being like this, being kind of like offended that people are kind of mad at you for that. Like, you shouldn't, you know, dehumanize, or shouldn't, you know, I guess it's not a license to go be mean back, but you really can't expect that you're vilified, called this and that. Like, I don't know, dude.
Of the shit they've done. You must surely understand why I've become so jaded. I think I would like to tell him straight in the face, you need to understand.
He writes all this when he singles out a guy in his chat and calls him a pedo? Yeah. Yeah. Love to see Kuki questioning what the hell we're watching. Yeah.
You're not Tectone or Saint 2.0. You're actually worse than both of them. I'm telling you my genuine subjective personal opinion. I genuinely think you're fucking worse than them. You're not them. You're actually worse.
I know the way we keep bringing up to attention to someone who's acting crazy and stirring up drama, we're just perpetuating the drama they've incited. Well, again, it's not drama, but also, yeah, this is probably the last time we're going to talk about this. It's probably the last time. We'll see what we need to see, and then we'll bounce on this particular,
like, you don't do
situation.
Their shit, but holy shit, the kind of thing that you decide to say on the internet, and you just don't seem to understand that whatever that you do is not fucking.
It was like drama farming, man. I got to be honest. Well, I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Bit conflicted on this one. Disagree with Tobo a lot, but he's already been pushed out of the space into his Discord. Now people are following him in there to critique him. Yeah, I did kind of, at the end of my last stream, kind of this real, like, someone mentioned this and it didn't really occur to me until the end that it was from a Discord, you know? So that's a good point too. That's a good point too. Probably not much use in harping on this much longer, TBH. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I still don't think that, yeah, I don't think that Discord is like a private platform either, but I get what you're saying for sure. I get what you're saying. See if there's any more here.
Like, yeah, the thing I respect about like people like Saint and Tectone is like the content creator, they've long decided this is my content. I'm here to rage bait the shit out of everyone. I'm here to cause drama. I'm here to cause everyone to hate me or think about me. But hey, that works for me because it makes me money. Tobo is completely different. Tobo is a person who thinks that he's here to help the game, to save the game from apparently perils of depths of hell, without realizing he's literally the person who's putting it in depths of hell. Like, he cannot seem to realize he has zero positive effect on the game. If it
was a video he had, you would have been all in. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I feel like I'm kind of running out of steam too, because we already kind of talked about this situation as well. Kind of running on steam as well on this. I think if you want to see more of what Kuki said, he talks about it for a bit longer. But yeah, I get that. I get that. As long as he isn't actively hostile in the information space and making slander on Enfield, fine with him fading into irrelevance where he belongs. Giving him ammo to be a martyr is not good. Yeah. Yeah. Plus IDF Goonslop is my new favorite quote. Oh man. I think my favorite was what if Dusk was from Tel Aviv? The devs thought, what if Dusk, but from Tel Aviv? That one was my favorite. I might have to steal that one every now and then. Cause it's like infinitely replayable. You can just say it about any place, any character. No, not my React slot. Rest is mainly him talking about the timeline history he has with him. Yeah, I feel like we're good. I feel like we're good. I think to that point, like, you know, I don't think Tobro's like making, I don't know if he's still making videos or streaming. So maybe he's streamed, but hasn't made more videos. But yeah, if there hasn't been like streams or videos, then yeah, it's probably not. From now on, like, I feel like maybe from now on, it's not as much caring, not worth as much caring what he's up to. Channeling my inner IDF when playing Endfield. that settler colonial energy. He hasn't in months. Yeah. Yeah. Hasn't posted a stream since 1.2. The fear is long gone. The what? I do know that the the lore that I do know is that the pinned chat comment on one of those videos has been updated, like a diary or something, like with patch notes. I think Kuki said patch notes is a funny word for it. Yeah, there's like patch notes of updates reacting to certain things. What about his pinned comment? If we don't do something, if we don't do something, dude, he's gonna keep updating that pinned comment. If we don't do something, we need to, what do they say in Game of Thrones? Call the banners? Call the banners, all of them. He still has a pinned comment that he's updating. Plus, Kuki has him locked down in his Discord prison. Don't need all of us to be prison guards. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if he makes a video, then we'll see if he wants to make a video. But I don't know if he's still planning on doing that. Yeah, yeah, you're asking for Tone Toss react slot. Yeah, I'm not gonna react to any of that either. I'm really not, you know, I don't really view him as like that serious of a person, I guess. I don't really need to, I don't need to get involved in all that.
Hear that sound?
I don't need to get involved in all that. It's kind of pointless. Dear Diary, Jaime called me out today and I... Dude, that was... I don't know, dude. That little devlog thing was really funny. It was really funny for them to do that. It did... Guys, it felt like it was somewhat targeted towards the EN discourse. Like, I don't know how actually... like relevant or impactful, or if the devs even know anything about the EN discourse, but it felt like very much like it was targeted. So I don't know. Rack to Arcane 200 Trust Baker combo to mellow out the vibes. I think the vibes are pretty mellowed.
Anything, he's actually the
I wish you could carry the momentum on these jumps. That would be super fun. Guys, I was gonna end anyway, so maybe we'll do the, maybe we'll, I don't know, 4-hour lore. Yeah, we would be here for like several days. I think the stream is dead, but if it's not, yo, thanks for chatting, lurking, and oh, is it back? Wait a sec. I think it's back.